Samwise, how you going, bro? How's life? Did I get an update about the loot from you from yesterday? Did you see a DST or a belt? We only ended up doing grueling TK. There's about 4 people who couldn't log on for raid. Damn. Work is killing me at the minute. I have a job interview on the 13th, and I never wanted a job more. It's good motivation. I've been there though. I'm very quiet. Okay. Sort that out for you. Interesting. Possibly now it's better. Now you can. Okay. Okay, good. What are the levels like? You can hear my voice fine and you can hear the music as well, or no? Don't hear music? I just rolled it up. Hear you fine? Good, good, good. And you can hear it. Okay, great. Great, great, great. All right, pull it down a little bit. You're a legend, Sam. Thank you. But yeah, I haven't been this stressed in a long while. There'll be days like this, huh? There'll be days like this. But this too shall pass. You'll be out of it soon enough. But it's a bitch when you're in it. When you're in that hole and you can't see, you don't have the perspective. And it sucks. But things will come good again for you. What's the job interview for? Vent away, bro. Vent away. Tell me, I'm here for to listen to you. We got a new boss in 3 months ago and he hates me. Mate, that's the worst. That is the worst. Makes your life hell. thinking of reporting him to HR. It's interesting you say that, man. It's interesting you say that. Last night, when I was going down for a smoke and making a pot noodle, this guy burst into my head. I used to work in Carphone Warehouse, and the last girl that worked there before me left because he was a dose and just being annoying and like mildly bullying, or maybe a little bit more than mildly. And I started in there, and I just didn't like him. He just rubbed me up the wrong way. I wouldn't say that he was bullying me, but I didn't get on with him at all. And we came to a head a few times, and we had a system in Carphone Warehouse whereby you could like look at, it was a real old school system. It was like the green and black screen font, like a super old legacy system that they used. And you could look at all the different stores and all the different products and things like that. But it was super basic. But you could also send messages, and you could send the messages to all. You could send it to every single store in Carphone Warehouse network in Ireland, and to every person that worked in that store. And he really got under my skin one day, and I wrote out a big long letter about how the last girl had left because of him, and this, that, and the other. And I sent it to everybody. And when I sent it, I was dishonest about it because there was an option to send one and there was an option to send all. And I knew what I was doing. I knew that I was going to send it to everyone because I knew then that it couldn't be brushed under the rug, and that everyone would be talking about it and action would have to be taken. And I would then say, I lied, I was dishonest. I would then say that, I meant to send it to one person, and they couldn't prove that I didn't. But I was like not in a great place in my life at the time, and it wasn't the right thing to do. And he ended up getting fired for it. And I ended up getting fired as well. I didn't mind because I didn't really like the job anyway. It was soul crushing and I wasn't a fan of it. He was pushing me to try and sell insurance to old ladies who were coming in to buy like a €20 basic phone that they could barely use. And he was like, why didn't you sell her insurance? It's like, she doesn't need insurance. You can just come in and buy another phone. And he was just like this kind of aggressive, predatory sales tactics. So now that I think about it, fuck him. I'm glad I got him fired. But at the same time, he had a son. He had a young son who was like, a couple of years old. And it was the start of his career. He was like 30 or something at the time. I was like in my early 20s. And people can grow and they can change. And, maybe he did lean a little bit too much into sales and being greedy, trying to sell old ladies insurance and take money off them when they didn't need to. But was that enough? And being a bit of a slimy prick in the shop. But is that enough to derail a guy's career path when he has a young son at home and he's trying to provide for him? That I've regretted that all my life. I think I went too far there, and maybe it was a lesson for him as well, and maybe it maybe changed him, but I still think that I shouldn't have done it. But if you feel like you want to report the guy to HR, report him to HR. I hit the big red button and I knew it would have consequences, but just a report to HR is enough. If somebody is hassling you and being a bastard, like, just report them, report them and do that interview, brother. And I hope that everything works out for you. I want to get this guy sacked. Yeah. He attempts to bully me constantly and I just can't stand him. Yeah. Get major anxiety when I'm in the office with him waiting for him to do something. You can't be getting on that way. I wouldn't reminisce on it. It's not that I'm dwelling on it. He just pops into my mind every now and again and I think about it. It could just be a case that I haven't reconciled it in my own self. And after talking with you a little bit, now I'm leaning where I realize maybe it was good for him. Maybe it was the lesson he needed so that he copped on a bit, I have a penchant to lean into self-criticism instead of outward criticism. So maybe you're teaching me that that in the grand scheme of things, it might have been good for both of us. Who knows? Especially in the workplace, yeah. PJ Salt, hello, brother. Yeah, the new job is so exciting. Tell me more. Tell me more about the new job. Let's go. Let's go. Let's focus on the bright future. Fuck that guy. Let's talk about your options. You're in the prime of your life, brother. You've got a woman who loves you, and you love her. You've got a future ahead of you. Forget about that clown. Tell me about the exciting new possibilities that wait for you in Wrath of the Lich King. I mean, your new job. Two guys that made an app in Belfast called Fluid Focus. Oh, I like the sound of that. Nice assonance and alliteration. Two young lads who already have major contracts with universities in the US and the UK. Looking for their first sales guy to join the team. That is exciting. That is exciting. Mate. Energy, energy, energy. But before you go into the interview, just dream big. Think about the app. Think about what it can do, where it can go, and you join in and just bring that energy in. Bring that excitement, that drive. If they see that you love their app and their vision, and you just bring that pump or energy, and you're just super psyched, and you can back it up with some experience, you're flying. You're flying. It's a productivity app. Block social media and other apps on your phone. That's a class idea. And everybody, the culture is ready for that. The culture is ready for that. Everybody knows. And people understand that they can't control it. They understand that they lack the will and the impulse control because it's in your face all the time. So having something that you can actively download that will do it for you, just take the edge off when you really need to focus. That's a great idea, man. Shit, I might download it. I might download it so I can put out more videos. Yeah, first interview went so well. Okay, great. You've already done the first one. That's sick. One of the founders is a long distance relationship with a girl in Raleigh as well. Mad. No way. Oh, great. You've developed really good rapport there. That's insane. I've been using it and it's great. Oh, sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. That's banger. The fact that he has a long distance relationship in Raleigh is insane. I mean, it could be a sign, brother. Like, that's a really good omen to start with. A really good omen. Did you contact your missus and you could put your missus on a recon mission? Send her in like a spy to befriend his girlfriend that they get on really well, and then you'll never know you'll never guess who I met. This girl, this, that, and the other. Then the next interview is like, your girlfriend and my girlfriend are good mates. That's what you could do. Pure shenanigans. Exactly how I see it. Yeah, a good omen. Yeah, I told her immediately. Yeah, track down that guy's girlfriend. Raise her up. That's exciting. So when's the next interview? Or are you just waiting for a call back? I said I'd have a free room and board with my girlfriend's family if you need me to go over. Already putting on serious bells and whistles for them there. Flexibility, willing to move. It'd be a dream to move. Like, you'd get the job and the girl. Pure James Bond shenanigans. Like, get the job, get the girl, get the new life. Might have to switch to US servers, but it's not the end of the world. If you can get the job in before Wrath or Classic Plus. Although I don't know if this has crossed your mind, but it may have already. That if you did move over and get the job, you give WoW a break for a few months anyway, just to get yourself settled. Ah, right. In-person interview on the 13th. All right. Okay, great. 6 days. 6 days. Next Thursday. Dreamy, what's up, brother? Welcome back. Now, the job is in Belfast base, but could travel over sometimes. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Do you see that? The Horde is taking control of the Twin Spire runes just as we logged in. Couldn't be any better. I've already made a presentation for it, and I'm super keen. Yeah. Just build that energy, build that excitement. Forget about that. The negativity, the other thing. Just focus purely on the dream and the vision and what can come. And I'm not a big angel numbers woo crowd kind of guy, but I do believe in intention and really going for something. That's very exciting. Very exciting. What a comeback that would be. An IRL parse. To go from this shit show of a manager into a job like that. Ground floor. Groundbreaking app. Great idea. With a connection geographically to the other side of the world with the people who founded it. That's big. I've already made a presentation for it on how I'd go about getting the meetings. All right, taking the initiative. That's it. Taking the initiative, adding extra value, showing how you'll use the current skills that they're looking for to present them with things that haven't even asked you for yet. Getting after it, Sam. Getting after it. That's it. Yeah, getting in early is crazy exciting. Yeah, brother. Yeah. Damn right. And it's a great idea. It's one of those ideas where transfer aborted, instance not found. Okay. It's one of those ideas where as soon as you hear about it, you're like, of course people want that. It seems so obvious as soon as somebody says it. Right time. It's the right time for that. Yeah, they mentioned that the person they hire will become the head of sales in 6 to 9 months and help hire a team. So the potential is just insane. Ooh. Let's go, Sam. I'm pumped for you, brother. Pumped. All right, next Thursday. So what would your plan be in terms of like who you'd reach out to first? Because obviously you're not going to be throwing it at the Ivy Leagues. Oh no, you'd be doing it here in Belfast. So it'll be Queen's and then like all the big universities and then the technical colleges as well. Would you go straight for the big shots first? Just based off the strength of the app and the idea? Or are you going to target students? Is it B2B or is it B2C? Or would you float it in the technical colleges first and the lower tier colleges to try and get the numbers up so that when you go to the bigger guys, you can say, look, we're proven with these numbers already. Or have you got a totally different strategy to that? And that's... Yeah, they're wanting a sales guide to target other organizations as well. They are well established in unis. Okay, so you're going parallel to unis. Anywhere where people need to lock in. Any company, basically. Any company that wants their employees to be more productive, right? Bollocks. Just a little bit too close to those guys. All right, we'll get on the way back out. Banks, tech companies, yes, yes, yes. And what's your USP? What's your elevator pitch for your USP? You can earn coins from using the app and redeem them for rewards. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Like gift vouchers, etc. Okay, okay. I was just finishing the sequencing for the phase 2 to phase 3 Rogue Biss video, which is almost done. But like now I'm thinking like, welcome back to the Rogue's Diary. Today we're going to have a look at the phase 2 to phase 3 Biss. I'm going to show you everything that you need to know in order to get the best DPS week to week out of your Rogue. But first, a quick word from one of our sponsors, Fluid Focus. Let's click vanish. Oh, I can't vanish. Okay, that was not a great idea. Yeah, I need to focus up here. I'm acting like a donkey. Oh, no, you didn't. Okay. I suppose that safe spot is not as safe as it used to be. That's the first time I've used it in 2 months, so. But we got Twin Spire, so we're all good. Fluid Focus is a screen time and productivity rewards app that helps you build healthier digital habits, block distractions, and stay focused while earning real-world rewards. It combines Pomodoro-style focus sessions, smart app locking, guided meditation, and a reward economy fluid coins to make deep work more engaging. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, everyone's familiar with Pomodoro, right? So tying it into that, yeah, mate, hey, I'll do all the sound for it if you want. Get me on board. Fluid Focus. Sponsored by McBacon. Can hire you for voice work. Exactly. I'm down, brother. I'm down. think the best voice work I've ever heard is still from Civilization 4. When you get a new technology, there's like a little bit husky kind of guy, and he reads out the quote from each one, like, my horse, a kingdom for my horse. Or a horse, a kingdom for a horse. And pass me my work steed, my liege, and be spared. Or the haft of the arrow. That was it. When you learn archery, the haft of the arrow was feathered with the eagle's own plume. We often give our enemies the means to our own destruction. Civ 4 voiceovers for technologies. The best. The best. Sean Bean in Civ 5. Sean Bean in Civ 5. DYLQT, grow up. Yeah. Oh, you're back. Nice. Welcome back to the stream. Stay as long as you like. Stay as long as you like. Guy watching people play video games tells the person playing video games to grow up. What are you doing, mate? What are you doing? That's like absolute Omega Clown World. Perusing Twitch. Just lurking around on Twitch. Doing nothing with yourself. Jumping into streams telling people to grow up. That is top tier maturity, brother. I want to be like you. I want to be like you. Just you. Oh, you've got a personal beef with me. Ooh. Do I know you? Are you in my guild? Or do I know you from real life? Come on, tell me. Yeah. You're in my guild? IRL. Nice. Whereabouts are you from? Come on, we'll do 20 questions. I'll see if I can figure out who you are. Or you could just tell me instead of hiding behind a name. Do you live in Ireland or Southeast Asia? Okay, we've got our boots in 43 seconds. Hold on. Yeah, we'll go back and get the first chest and then do the other one. You live in Ireland. You live in Ireland. Are you from Westport? Or Shelbyville, aka Castlebar. Although I don't think anybody lives there anymore. Anybody that's anyone. No. You live in the north of Ireland. Who do I know from the north? I know Erin Walsh. And her boyfriend, but I haven't met him that much. Who else do I know that lives in the north? Barry, a guy I used to live with in college. Who loved playing Zelda Ocarina of Time. That was his favorite game. Not Baza. Are you? Is it Baza? Dude, is it Baza? For sure. For real. Tell me. Mate. How are you doing? Are you still working in what were you doing? You were doing some kind of, I can't remember. You had that Indian girlfriend anyway for a while. And when I got a Wii, when I got a Nintendo Wii, and I got the Zelda game on it, the Wii had just come out. And this guy had, like, Ocarina of Time was his whole thing when he was a young fella. Mate, he used to dye his hair, bleach his hair blonde. And then it'd have the dark black bits coming out of it after a month, and he'd have to re-bleach it. And we had this landlady who was such a pain in the hole. But we both loved Arnie movies, Predator especially. And we were out smoking in the garden one day at night, and we were complaining about her. And she lived in the house with us. This is the problem. She owned the house, but she lived there with us. So she was kind of mother goosing it, and we were joking about her. And the next thing, a Predator quote came out of nowhere. Something up there, Major. And it ain't no man. Oh, we absolutely burst ourselves laughing. Absolutely burst ourselves laughing. Mate, I think about you from time to time. Like, we lived, how was it, 6 months or a year together? I often wondered how you're doing. I was wondering because I... One second, let me get this chest. When you jumped in and said grow up, mate, yesterday, and I told you to get out of the stream, I didn't know you were trolling. I thought it was just some hater from another content creator. He's gone, no chat. Come on, Baza. No chat out of you. Mate, I was playing WoW back then as well. All the time playing WoW in the kitchen. You still smoking it up, are you? Playing tunes. Any wife, any kids? You can't fool me. I'm not trying to fool you. Just trying to school you, brother. Beautiful. Minutes into a first run. A little bit behind time, but we've got an extra 12 minutes at the end of this run. Well, I say 12. We've got an extra however long it takes when the lockout starts after this run ends. Really. I know your tricks. Wait. Tricks? That's making me think of Sam's mate. Hey, I saw Red Epic Uncut Gem yesterday on Alliance AH. How is that possible? There was a bug at the start of the expansion whereby jewel crafters who made a brilliant glass and opened it could sometimes proc an epic gem. Now, it was said that they patched it, but if there is an epic gem up on the Alliance, I would assume that it's from a brilliant glass. I would assume that it's from a brilliant glass, yeah. I reckon. Another possibility is that that ain't my mate. I think you can get them from Magtheridan's Satchel. Oh, cool. There you go. Maggie's Satchel. I suppose it'd kind of be like a brilliant glass as well, wouldn't it? Probably use the same or similar code. Or potentially, this is just theory now. If you're around Black Temple and you pickpocket mobs there, because if there's any mobs that are, I don't know, in like inside or categorized as inside or close enough to the Black Temple zone itself, possibly you might be able to pick an epic gem from them because you can get them from Black Temple raid, but the raid itself isn't open. But maybe you could pick them from mobs outside as well. I doubt that, but it's just another idea. Well, it's a super rare chance. There have been others on the auction house. It's like I don't know. I would imagine that it's something like it wouldn't just be like they're on the loot table like all the other ones, and if you pick it or you open a brilliant glass or you get a Maggie's satchel, that they're on the loot table and you can just roll them out. It's some kind of bug in the code because they're not supposed to be there. So there'd have to be some condition in the code with them that kind of basically makes the code go cross-eyed and spit out an epic. And it's a super rare chance. I looked into it because somebody had put on Rogue's Diary Discord. There was an epic. How is there an epic on the auction house? Somebody wrote underneath, it must be a bug. So I just did a bit of research, Google and AI, and read a few posts. And yeah, Brilliant Glass was very exceptionally rarely spitting out epics. People were commenting, yeah, I have an epic Crimson Spinel that I got in phase 1 from a Brilliant Glass. So I was looking at so Sam, update on Warglaves, and for anyone else who knows the crack, I'm so retarded. All this time I was like, I'm probably not going to get glaives because my guild lead is HR'd the first pair, right? And then today I was just walking around thinking about it because I sent him a message. Well, I sent him a message after I realized this. Yes, he's HR'd the first set, but we run 3 raids. That completely went over my head, which is kind of easy because it's so smooth and aerodynamic, but it went completely over my head. And then I realized, oh shit, as long as I'm not in the raid with his warrior, then I stand a chance at getting one of the first ones or the second or set or whatever. So I messaged him straight away. I said, I'm retarded, but I just realized this. I know I asked you in phase 1 about Warglave's loot distribution rules, but I'm just so hyped and curious, and I wonder if you have come to a decision about how that's going to move forward. I said, obviously it would be unfair for me to ask to be put into one of the raids that your warrior isn't in, because there are other people in the raid who are eligible for that spot, and they would want that as well. So I'm just curious, and whatever you guys decide is I'll accept and be good with that. Cheers. And he wrote back and he said, yeah, we do have a plan in place. But the other thing to consider is we're definitely not going to be running 3 raids from week 1. So we'll either have 1 raid or 2 raids, I think, week 1. Probably take the best of the 3. And obviously the big pumpers in mid-light release, and then the second raid will be the best of the rest. And the best of the alts. So we'll see moving forward. So that was pretty exciting. I was like, oh, great. So I had a little look into the Warglaves then, and the drop chance is 5% for each glaive. And it is technically possible for them both to drop at once, but it's 5% to 5%. And basically I did a lot of AI asking and double checking, and it's 0.25% chance, which is 1 in 400. That's around the same chance, a little bit better actually than the Mara Dagger. And as soon as I realized that, for both Warglaves to drop at once, the Dumb and Dumber meme where he asks her, like, what are the chances of me and you getting together? like 1 in 10, 1 in 100. He's like more like 1 in a million. He's like, so you're telling me there's a chance? Oh, mate, I'm pumped. I am so pumped. All right, that's locked. Let's get set focus. I don't think I've even known or heard anyone who has seen 2x at the same time. I looked it up. It has happened, but it's just so rare. But then again, 1 in 400, it's not that rare. I think I'll actually distract these guys. But it is rare when you consider you can just run Princess and do it in 12-minute runs and do 5 of them an hour. But you can only run BT once a month or once a week, sorry. So it makes sense when you think about it like that. Oh, I think we're going to get 2 shots at this. This is the first time we've ever got 2 shots at this chest. That's so good. Class. Class, class, class. We just have to wait for them all to be on top and pull a little bit back from the edge and make sure they all get frozen. And as long as that's the case, we get 2 cracks at that chest. That's great. I've never done that before. A meta shift has occurred. Why not put all gold earned toward glaives? Because in order to do that, I would need to go into a pug who would sell loot. And in order to do that, I would not be able to raid with my guild. And I want to raid with my guild. All the loot that I've gotten because of my guild. It's tempting. It's very tempting. But to be honest, because we have definitely 1 and more than likely 2 raids a week from the start, and if not the start, maybe from week 2, and we might be able to do 3 raids after a few weeks. It means that there's going to be opportunities to be in a raid where I'm going to be close to the top in terms of prio. I just don't know how they're gonna, what the loot rules are for it, you know? There's myself, Freka, Terum Poindieu, Warrior, and Shraktar. And the 4 of us are, me and Freka are rogues, Terum Poindieu and Shraktar are warriors. Shraktar is co-guild lead and raid lead. And we are all main rogue warriors. They're our first characters. For me, Freka, and Terum Poindieu, they're, I think, our only raiding characters. We've raided every week since launch. Using lots of cons and all that kind of stuff. And we're all really good at our class and perform to the best of our ability with the gear that we have every week. So there's that bracket that it could be, and there may be 1 or 2 other people that they decide are in that bracket, or it could be that anyone who has a raider rank warrior or rogue can roll on it, and if that's the case, the competition will increase a good bit. So we'll have to wait and see. But whatever they go with, I will accept. I'll accept. If I lost glaives to Freka or Terum Poindieu, I would obviously it would sting, but I would not mind at all because they are absolute pumpers, great players, reliable. They're there every week, and I know I'm going to see the value of their glaives in the raid. And it's going to add value to the guild. But if I lost glaives to a warrior or a rogue that was not a very good, or not as good, and maybe like it's their third character or second character or fourth character or whatever, that would be a bit tilting. But I respect the leadership in the guild. They're really sound people. They're cool-headed, and you know, even if that were the case, I'd live with it. It's not going to break the game. It's not going to make me resent anyone. It's just that's fine. They decide they decide what's fair, and I accept that. They're really, really shit. I think do this. Gotta get back to the shite room lurking as always. Alright, Sam. Nice. Managed to get that. Have you looked into the Slave Masters global aggro and if there's something to be done with that? Well, I haven't looked into it as such, but that was a mistake. I mean, I'm thinking and chatting at the same time and playing, so the margin for error here is quite slim. So I always make sloppy mistakes like that, but usually you wait for him to be kind of here before you run around. I was just a little bit too early. If you're here and he's like coming here, you can shadow step behind him and you can not aggro him. And you can also just, if you're running up here, for example, and you wait when he turns, you can shadow step behind him and then run that way. And 3 times I've managed to do that without pulling him, because there is a heartbeat aggro mechanic. That means that there's very, very, very slight, small windows of time where you can be in range of aggroing a mob, but it won't aggro you. Which I didn't know why that happened. It was very surprising to me the first time it happened. I was like, how did I shadow step behind him, turn and run away, and he doesn't aggro and I'm out of stealth? And then somebody in the chat told me that there's like a heartbeat aggro and that hunters used it for something, or hunters discovered it, something like that. So that's all I know about it. But it's very, very interesting to see that work. What are the chances for Ashes of Alar to drop? I know Prefox has seen a lot of them. Slesh, who's a kind of new up and coming YouTuber, put out a great phase 3 prep guide. I would advise any of you to go and check it out. SLESH, some really good information in there. He just posted, was it Slesh or Jerdy? Maybe it was Jerdy, one of those two. Posted a picture of Ashes of Alar and said, finally, the first time I've seen Ashes of Alar drop in a raid. So they are quite rare. I don't know exactly what the drop rate is, but you could just Google it. I mean, it'll be there. The rules not being clear this close to BT makes it kind of icky. Never hurts to make second rogue stick with one who gets glaives first. It makes it kind of icky if there's kind of already bad blood or distrust in the guild, but if you trust your leadership and you have good rapport with them and you've had a great experience with everything they've put together for you and the way that you have communicated and played with them throughout the expansion, it's not icky. I trust them. You know, what will be will be. It's no big deal. But never hurts make second rogues stick with one who get glaives first. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but it'll be fine, man. It'll be fine. I wasn't talking about a mistake or anything like that. I duo Steamvaults on 2 accounts. If you pull the Slave Master on a rogue and vanish, he will run to the other player even if they are at the entrance. Ah. Well, I don't know about that because I don't play on 2 accounts. So that's a double account problem, I suppose. Even if he's in stealth, if you leave the if you have your second rogue in stealth, should that not solve it? One dot something percent gives more hope for glaives. There you go. Glaives aren't as rare as ashes. They aren't even as rare as the Mara dagger. So glaives are 1 in 400 chance to get both of them at the same time, but it's a 5% chance to get one of them. They're not that rare. Oh, it's not a problem. It's a solution. I just run the Slave Masters through the ads with the chests and vanish. Ah, I see now. I see now. The engineering dummy wouldn't work because it has a despawn timer. I think. If I remember correctly, surely yeah, it does. I do love engineering target dummies. The shenanigans you can do with them are unreal. It lasts for 15 seconds, yeah. However, you could potentially... You see, you have to get up there. Oh, wait. We need a combat pet, basically. You can farm in Dire East. Thornling scenes. Plants a thornling which attracts nearby enemies. I'm not sure how long it lasts for, but it's probably something like 15 seconds as well. Yeah. Okay, bro. Thank you so much. This is really interesting and cool. You could, yeah, use a target dummy. You could also use Barov's Peasant Caller. No, because you can't place them on the ground. They follow you, right? That's pretty cool. Let's... I'm gonna do a little bit of research into that. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Food for thought if you want to try something like that. I love creative solutions and theory crafting like that. That's my bread and butter. I absolutely love it. So thank you for sharing that because it's a really good idea. Okay, are we locked? We're not locked. That's great. Let me actually... I'm going to screenshot. You think seed is like a minute? Yeah. That could work. I've screenshotted your thing, and then I put that into a folder I have called shoutouts or something like that. And then whenever I implement something that somebody taught me in chat, I'll stick your comment up and say thank you in the video. All right, let's Let's focus up. This is pretty good timing. 10 seconds. We want them there when we pull. Actually going to be a little bit late now because we have to vanish. We might still get it. We will. I like this nameplates now. We can see them all coming. I was smashing my vanish. I'm like, why haven't I vanishing? I forgot I just used this. I had to prep and then re-vanish, but we got it. We got it. We got it. Hello. David Elizer. Have a fresh 70 rogue with mining. Is it possible to do this without raid gear? If so, is it worth leveling engineering just for doing this? You can do this without raid gear, yes. You don't, there's no combat in this farm. You can do it naked even. Get yourself the dark leather gloves. You can buy them on the auction house for like a couple of gold. You can do it without the belt. On my YouTube channel, there's a video called The Best Gold Farm in TBC, non-NG or no NG edition. And it will show you how to do these pulls without engineering. The first two pulls are quite tricky and you'll definitely die a lot when you're learning it. But once you get it down, it's very satisfying. Is it worth leveling engineering just for this? Come in here with mining. This second chest, so the first two chests that can be down there are very difficult without engineering. These three chests, that can be one there, and one here. Those three chests without engineering are quite easy. You just pull, run through, shadow step behind this mob, jump down here into the water, wait there for 10 seconds, run up around here, shadow step across here to the frog. You don't need engineering for those. And these chests, there's one here and one in there, and you can get those without engineering. So of the 8 possible spawn locations without engineering, 6 of them are easy. And the first 2 are pretty hard to learn, but once you learn them, it's fine. So 100% you can do this, and you should start learning to do it without engineering. Come in here, you're going to be able to get the 4 mines easily anyway, and you're going to be able to get these chests here, these 2 and that one, guaranteed easily without engineering. And you just have to learn the pull for the 3 that are down there. So you're going to come in here, you're going to get 4 mines, you're going to get at least 1 chest straight off the rip without any gear. And then as you progress and get more confident and comfortable with it, you can get the first chest, half of the first chest. The first chest half the time. That's going to be 250 gold an hour easily. 250 to 300 gold an hour easily. And then when you can get the 2 early spawns of the first chest, you're going to go up to the whatever we're at now on this farm is 375 gold an hour. You're going to be at 300 gold an hour in here without any engineering, not knowing how to do the pulls. Just come in here and start doing it. So that's on my server. That's my economy. I don't know what the assets are going for on your server. So gold per hour. I want to make a video called Why Gold Per Hour Is Not a Real Question or something like that. Because everyone always asks, how much gold per hour? How much gold per hour? And it's like, it doesn't work like that. It's this much gold per hour now on my server, but it won't be in different phases. it's always changing up and down as the economy changes, and it depends on your server. But as you can see here, I'm just using Shadow Step, Sprint, and Elixir of Water Walking. You can also use Swim Speed Potion. You can also use the Azure Silk Belt. And any of those are going to get you the chest. And it's definitely worth it. That's not the best gem we can get, but it's not bad. Three instances. Oh, that's annoying. Can we get out of this? We're going to try. We're going to try and get out of this. Our belt is up, so we can definitely use that. Our boots are up as well. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to use our belt and boots because we already got both chests. And they'll be back off cooldown by the time we get out and reset. We don't have a lot of health, but we do have belt and we do have evasion. We've got 100% dodge rating, so we're going to jump in here. We're going to hit our belt and our evasion. They're tellied on top of us. We're jumping, we're jumping, we're jumping. I think I'm just going to jump here. They did telly to us the last time. As long as you keep jumping, I think they won't telly on top of you. We should. There we go. We dropped combat. And we didn't get hit, so we didn't lose our water walking. So these are the little tips and tricks. Yeah, go watch the non-NG version of the pull. And it's much more comprehensive. It's got loads of tips and tricks just for stealth farming in general. And ooh, you'll learn a lot from it. I also use Parachute Cloak. It's very handy for getting extra distance from rocket boots. Yeah. When I was in here trying to figure out how to open all the chests before I made the video, on the platform over here where those two chests are, I was getting on top of the crates, and then I was using rocket boots and Parachute Cloak to try and burst and fly over. But they put an invisible wall there back in original TBC because people were doing that. So this instance, the version of this instance we have now, is actually has actually got anti-farm mechanics in it. We just figured out how to get around them. I love Parachute Cloak as well. I love the shenanigans. This trinket as well as the fact that you can have a classic trinket that only requires engineering 200 and it gives you a free vanish. Now it has an hour cooldown, but it just gets you out of a tight spot when you need it. It's so good. Fungus, hey man, how's it going? On vacation, but I've been hearing tidbits about a Sholo farm. Did you try that out already? Let's go and do that today then. Let's go and do that today. I'm going to do 5 runs here. Then we'll go into Mana Tombs. We'll switch over to Harpspec. We'll do 5 runs there. We'll add that to the average, and then we'll go to Sholo. My co-guild lead Tractor sent me some pictures on disc showing me the different rooms and the way that he does it. So yeah, we'll go down, we'll have a little look-see. It's much more volatile. This farm and MT will give you you know, the gold per hour values you see there. They'll go up and down a little bit phase by phase, and also at the start of the phase they'll be a lot different because everybody has new gear and they want to re-gem it, and so prices for gems go up. And at the end of the phase it'll be lower than it generally is because people already have different things. So there's variables to it that affect how much gold per hour you get, but generally speaking, it's pretty solid. But the Dark Rune farm is it's a raid con, So kind of like gems, it's affected by lockout, by raid night, Wednesday night. Everybody is going to raid, they're prepping, they want to buy dark runes. Supply demand, the price for them goes up. So it'd be one of those things where you'd farm your runes and then sell them on the best days to sell them. But he was saying like 400 to 500 gold per hour if you get it right, which is really exciting. And I checked wowtbc.gg for Wrath yesterday to see if dark runes are still abyss consuming Wrath, and they are. So I'm thinking with Fan of Knives infinite energy spam, we can pull like basically the whole of Sholo and just burst everything down in like 5 minutes and just farm like that. So I'm super excited to create that farm, because I've never seen anybody do that before, but there's no reason why it wouldn't logically work. We mightn't be able to pull the whole instance, but we'll be able to pull a lot of mobs. And it's a very, very, very fun thing to do and to watch and to theory craft. So that's going to be fun. So yeah, we'll go to Sholo. Two left. Addy and the Moats. Dragonhawk. Reset. Did I get? Yeah, I got the Moats of Water Sound. I really want to get this chest. We have a new meta for this one. We can combat this chest now. Our gear is good enough. Chimsimo. How you doing, brother? Hello, hello. How are you? How's your day going? Lovely to have you back in the chat again. That's nice. I can't watch the whole thing live, but I will check out the VOD for sure. Yeah, sweet. I might just yeah, I might make it into a little video or something. The new pathing here is really convenient for us. They didn't used to do this, but now after 2 months coming back, now they do this. At least I don't remember them. Maybe I'll go back and have a look through the VODs, but I don't remember this happening. Like they turned here and went straight back up. But the fact that they go left and we can distract them now means that we can mine. I'm pretty sure they didn't do that because I remember testing to see if we could distract them here and still mine this safely, and we couldn't. So I think they have made changes to the dungeon. That's a locked chest. Oh, we might be a bit late for this. Yeah, let's just wait. Let's just wait. If there's one thing you'll learn in SV, or continue to improve upon, it's patience. If you try and rush it, you'll just die. I was going to distract him, but I think it's better to distract them. That's annoying, but I could just sap her actually. That controls the whole pack. And then release her when it's... Oh, this is nice. I like this. This is a new innovation. Now we can let them go by resapping him. You just can't do it at the start, because at the start when you phase in, by the time you get here to sap him, those guys are here. But you could do it on the next round, and now we're perfectly positioned. I like that. I like that, actually. This is the tricky one, though. Oh, I like that a lot. We're going to do that from now on. Sweet. That was nice. That was nice. Actually, that reminds me, I have to download the 9-hour Twitch stream from Thursday morning, Wednesday night, day before yesterday. We had a 99 on Alar and a 99 on Gruul. And there were a couple of other pretty good fights as well to make a rotation guide. I am splashing out a bit with these, but they're cheap on my server. Cheap-ish. You can buy them for a gold sometimes. I think these ones cost me 2 gold a pop. But to be honest, if you look at the difference in the gold per hour, there's no way that you could use that many raid cons to make it more viable. Where are they though? I'm blind. Illegally. Yeah, 2 gold 24, that's nothing. You know? It's nothing. Do you still think it's worth doing this dungeon without mining and herb? Well, I don't herb. I did at the start. I was mining and herb in here in week 1 when I started doing this farm, but herbs are worth nothing. So, do you still think it's worth doing this dungeon without mining an NG or mining or herb? I'll reframe your question. If you don't have mining, you can only get the chests. Mining is worth, I can't remember exactly, but it's about 50%, give or take 10%. Maybe take 10, like mining is a big part of the money that you make in here. So you're going to be cutting your gold per hour in half. Roughly half. And I'm not sure if it's worth it at that point. I'm not sure that it is. It's a very fun, it's worth it then from a learning perspective. But if you could drop, this is going to be the best gold farm for rogues until Wrath. It's not going anywhere. The better, the more gear you get and the more you practice, well, you don't need gear for this one, but once you have the little few items that you need for this, the more you practice it, the better you get at it. The easier it becomes to do the farm across time, and across time, the more valuable the farm becomes because the economy grows, scrolls, mana pots, gems, although we're going to see how the gem market reacts to epic gems, but there's still going to be a good market for blues. Adamantite is going to be really, really good. And in phase 4, everybody's going to want to go, not everybody, but a lot of people are going to want to go jewel crafting for 2 reasons. Number 1, there's a neck and a ring that you can make that are not bis, but near bis, kind of like the Belt of Deep Shadow. They're just underneath the bis, true bis item for the slot. So people are going to want those, the neck and the ring. I think you can buy the ring on the auction house, but the neck you have to craft yourself. But the other reason why people would want to go jewel crafting in phase 4 is because it's bis for Wrath anyway. NG and jewel crafting are the best 2 professions for Wrath of the Lich King. So if you're going to go jewel crafting at any point, you could either wait until Wrath and do it then, or you could just do it in phase 4 and get those 2 items out of it. So that will be something that sways people into jewel crafting. The bottom line is there'll be a lot of people learning jewel crafting in phase 4, which means the demand for fel iron, adamantite is going to go up. So the value of the ores is going to go up. So it's definitely worth respecing into mining and engineering just for this farm. It's going to make you so much money, brother. I did the I mean, if you multiply, it's right there in front of you. Mana Tombs is 303 gold per hour. We've done 13 hours since last Saturday. So, and we haven't finished our grind today. We've only just started it. So if you do the math on that, 10 times 303 is 3030. 3 times 303 is 909. So let's just call it, for easy math, 4,000 gold. And then Steamvaults is 375 gold times 10, 3,750 times 3. Let's just say it was 333. That's a grand. And 1,100. So that's 4,750 plus, what did I say? Plus 4,000. Almost 9,000 gold I've made in 6 days. So, you know, how much is it going to cost you to respec into mining and engineering? A couple of grand, a couple of thousand? You get most of the money from mining back. You just buy the ore, smelt them, and then sell the bars. There is a bracket where true silver will cost you a lot to buy the ore, and nobody wants to buy the bars. But you can just go out and mine in the open world to learn it. So, you know, obviously not everyone can farm as much as others. But if it costs you, let's say it costs you 4 grand, 4,000 gold to level engineering and mining together. Let's say you can farm half as much of the time as I can. In a week, you will have gotten that back. And then after that, you're making 4 grand a week. You know, so you can buy anything you ever wanted. You can buy everything you ever wanted. So it's not too late. We're still in phase 2. There's 5 phases. 5 of them. And this is BIS all the way through. Or if you don't want to do the Engie route, just do mana tombs, bro. You only need mining for that. Forget about engineering. Just learn mining. Buy the ores, smelt them, sell the bars. It'll cost you very little. Get mining up to 300. And just go into mana tombs and farm that. You're still going to be getting 300 gold an hour. Depends on your server, obviously, but... And that's a cakewalk. Go farm honor in Battlegrounds. Not even arena, just Battlegrounds. Farm honor by the 2 season 1 weapons and the blue PvP honor set. That's all you need to do mana tombs. Phase 5 neck and ring. Oh, you could be right. You could be right. I'm rusty on these things, and I didn't go jewel crafting last time, so you could be right. I always mix up the phases. But either way, in one of the phases coming up, a lot of people are gonna go jewel crafting. Loved your latest video, bro. Keep up the good work. Much love. Hope you're having fun and enjoying your night session. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. I am having fun. It's a Friday night. Bob Schwaggins just followed. Love the name, brother. Love the name. Brodo Schwaggins. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. We are running a series where we're doing SV5 SV. 1 full lockout, and then we go to MT, switch our spec over to harp spec, and do it again. And then we use some basic math and add the averages and the gold per hours together and get our rolling average for each and compare the difference between the two. And you get to see both sides of the gold farming experience in WoW. You get to see the shenanigans, shadow step, engineering trinkets, and that kind of thing. Those kind of farms. Technical, cheesy farms. And you also get the bursty combat beauty of mana tombs and the wonders of the melodious harp spec, which I absolutely fell in love with when somebody came in the chat and they're like, bro, you should try harp. And I was like, what's harp? It's a PvP spec, but you can modify it a little bit and run mana tombs with it. It was like, I like trying new specs out. Let's give it a go. And brother, it is so smooth. It's like butter. It's so nice. An absolute joy to play. So that's what we're doing back to back. On raid nights, we will stream the full raid. Then we'll respec into combat swords. the start of the raid and spec it back into harp at the end to do another week of farming. Doinks 96, big doinks. How you doing, brother? How are you doing? Yeah, with the latest video, I didn't go as comprehensive as I did with the other two. I added a lot of extra information in the other two. I just wanted to get it out there, and I think the core value that people were really looking for Mana Tombs was like, how do I deal with these packs? What do I need to look out for? So we just kept it stupid simple for that one, because I wanted to get it out of the way so I could do the phase 2 to phase 3 gearing guide, which I was working on today. It's all sequenced, ready to go. I just need to do the voiceover for it, and I will release that one tomorrow or Sunday, and I will show you prio lists, what you want to be prioing first, what things are really good. Somebody asked me yesterday, apart from war glaives, what items are you most excited for in the next phase? And after doing the Sims today, I was already excited for Blade of Savagery, which is the offhand sword from Mother Shiraz. But my lord, after glaives, that's probably top of my list for an individual item. It gives 40 or 45 DPS increase, and it's an offhand, which is absolutely insane. Like, you can understand why DPS would give you a 50 to 60 DPS upgrade, because it's insane and the haste is insane in this expansion. So you get that. And all rogues understand why a main hand weapon upgrade will give you a huge DPS increase. For example, Talon from Blink Strike was roughly the same as DST for me. 55 DPS, give or take 5 DPS, depending on what gear you were wearing. So you can understand why, because we're hitting with our main hand combo point generator. So you can see why an item like that would also be, for rogues especially, your main hand weapon is almost always the biggest DPS upgrade you can get in any expansion, in any phase. But an offhand weapon DPS upgrade is absolutely huge. But it's probably because I'm coming from Latros, right? It's not just a case of the weapon being very good, it's also a case of the weapon you're coming from. And this is a blue item, it is level 70. So that's probably adding 10 or 15 DPS to it. But Blade of Savagery is insanely good. Nice DPS jump. And then the next thing I'm most excited for is the 2-set bonus from Slayers. 5% extra speed on your haste, from your slice and dice rather, is really, really good. It equates to about a 17-ish% increase in your slice and dice efficacy, which is massive. And in phase 1, we were in a really tight spot because the tier gear from phase 1, the tier 4 gear, was a 4-set. And most people had Waste Walker gloves and Waste Walker shoulders for the 35% hit from the 2-set bonus, and then 2 pieces of tier 4 for the extra duration on your slice and dice, which made it very tricky to break the sets without losing DPS. And after doing the Sims and running the numbers, I discovered that you can actually break the set, but you have to break it with the hands. You need the tier 5 hands, and when you place those in and break Waste Walkers that way, you just maintain your DPS. You didn't lose any, which was the best that we could do, but it made it very, very tricky. However, in the next phase, because Death Mantle is a 5-set and it's a 4-set bonus, it means you should, if you haven't already, you should try your best to get all 5 pieces, because it means you have so much flexibility in the tier 6 set pieces that you can pick up. You basically have a free slot anywhere you want to put an item in. And the only tier 6 item that sims worse as an individual item in terms of the stats it provides and the DPS you get from those stats, the only item in tier 6 that's worse than anything in this tier is the legs. Everything else is a DPS upgrade, which means you can be very flexible with which tier sets you SR. So if you have prio on glaives, or glaives are something that are HR'd for you and you don't have to use SRs on them, or you use a different system, then you're all good. If glaives are something that you can't get anyway, even if they do drop, you're all good. You're outside of the glaives system. Then what you're going to want to be doing is you're going to be wanting Blade of Savagery in your offhand. It's the Biss outside of glaives. And interestingly, for the main hand, if you're not going to be doing PvP, Talon is still Biss. The Blade of Infamy from Hyjal is on par with Talon. It's the same DPS. So why would you waste an SR or DKP on a sword that's just going to give you the same DPS? Unless you're doing it for the drip. I can't remember what it looks like. I don't know if it's any good. I don't think it is. So you don't want to be wasting your DKP or your SR on an item that's not going to improve your DPS, right? So the offhand is huge. If you don't have Dragon Spine Trophy, which is most of us, right? And you've got Warp Spring Coil and Bloodlust Brooch, then what am I doing here? Addy and Fell. Then Madness of the Betrayer is going to be a 10 to 15 DPS upgrade for you from Bloodlust Brooch. So that's another nice one. However, the 2-set bonus is so good on the tier sets that it increases your DPS. I can't remember exactly, but it's somewhere. It's either it's like 40 to 50 DPS, which is the same DPS increase that you get from Talon Vashara main hand in phase 2 and from DST. So just from the 2-set bonus. So if we take all that information together, basically what it means is the 2-set bonus is the most powerful DPS upgrade you can get after Warglaives. Warglaives, by the way. Oh my god. Let me tell you. DST is a 55 DPS upgrade, give or take 5 DPS. If you get both Warglaives, the DPS upgrade from having 2 of them is 220 DPS. That's 4 DSTs if you get both glaives. 220 DPS is what you're going to gain from having 2 Warglaives. Just straight from, it's in the video. Phase 2 Biss, then you leave the phase 2 Biss as it is, and you just put in 2 Warglaives, and you run the numbers, and it's 220 DPS more. It's absolutely insane. Nothing comes remotely close to it. So what does this all mean? If Warglaives are out of the picture for you, Blade of Infamy or your 2-set. And because we have such flexibility because of the 5-piece Death Mantle, it means that the best tier 6 items as individual items for stats are the helm and the chest. And the helm drops from Archimond, the last boss of Hyjal, and the chest drops from Illidan. So difficult to get, and you know, probably highly contested. Ardor77, thank you for the follow. But that doesn't matter because the individual piece DPS pales in comparison to the DPS you get from having any 2 pieces from the set bonus. So you have great flexibility because you can just look at the SRs and see which tier 6 pieces have the lowest or fewest SRs on them. Which pieces are nobody going for? Even if it's the legs, I'm going to get that. And if you have 3 SRs, if I have 3 SRs week 1 and I couldn't get glaives, or glaives weren't something, like if I'm in the first raid with my guild lead who has HR'd the glaives and I know I'm not going to get them, my SRs are going to be whatever 2 tier 6 pieces have the fewest SRs on them. And the Mother Shiraz sword, why am I drawing a blank on that? The Blade of Savagery. Those are my 3 SRs week 1 if I can't get glaives. The two tier 6 pieces that I'm most likely to get, and the blade, because if you get those 2 pieces, it's going to be more DPS than anything else apart from Warglaive. So we have a really easy time of it in the next, for gearing up and getting pumper DPS in the next phase. Much easier than it was last phase. We got a failure. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to do it without belt or boots. We're going to do it without belt or boots. Or grenades. Or free action potions. Because we did this the last day and it worked. So we're going to try it again. Actually going to go right now. Bollocks, they were in the way. That's so annoying. She probably would have gotten us. Yeah. And we didn't we had frost grenades the last time I did it. That was it. You need to freeze them in place. But even without the boots, you can just sprint out. As long as they're frozen in place, you can open it. We did it yesterday or the day before. It's a little bit more than 4%. It's about 5% or 4.8. Week 13 complete, no Talon or Warp Spring Coil drop yet, bro. Doinks. I feel for you, bro. I feel for you. That hurts. Is it a 45 DPS upgrade from Vengeful Offhand to or Latros? From Latros. The Vengeful Offhand is 10 to 15 DPS upgrade. And by the way, I think I said it's 40 DPS, give or take 5 DPS. But that's from Latros. And the Vengeful Offhand is 10 to 15 DPS upgrade from Latros, which means Savagery is like a 20 DPS upgrade-ish from Vengeful. So that's still a solid upgrade. That's not a minor upgrade. That's still decent. You're still going to be wanting to get that. But it's not going to be as powerful as getting a 2-set. Yeah. How rare are Warglaives? One guild can expect X2 people getting them. Yeah, like a 5% drop rate for 4.8 to 5%. But they can both drop in the same run. So that's 5% of 5%. It works out at 0.25% or 1 in 400, which is not as rare as the Maradon Princess Dagger drop in phase 1 to phase 2 of WoW Classic. But you can farm that a lot more than you can farm Warglaives. By the way, is it normal for tier 5 rogue with some random blue gear with hit and PvP swords? And I think he got max hit doing more damage than me with 5 tokens. And I don't have trinkets from phase 2. I have badges 1. Badges 1 is good. And the mecha 1 and Spikeblade and Latros with 260 hit. Is it normal? Tier 5 rogue with some random blue gear with hit and PvP swords. And I think he got max hit doing more damage than me with 5 tokens. And I don't have trinkets. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me. Did I secure the glaives? No, I asked my guild lead about the glaives because I just figured out all this time I've been like, well, my guild lead is HRing one of them, like the first set. So I probably won't see them, or it's unlikely that I will because I'll be rolling against other people in the guild. But then I realized that we run 3 raids. Now he came back to me and said, well, we won't be running 3 from week 1. We'll probably only run 1 and we might be able to run 2 if we take the best of the 3. But still, and if we do get to 3, that's 2 raids that he's not in. Meaning if any of the people who are eligible for the glaives are in those raids, then they're going to get them, or they're going to roll against people in the in the raid and have a chance to get them. So that's really nice. So as soon as I figured that out, I realized there's actually more of a chance that I might get them now than there was. So we'll see. Kem Simo, I'm not sure exactly what your question is. You said, is it normal? And then all the information I meant the rogue with PvP swords doing more DPS than me. Which PvP swords? Season 1, Season 2? The Season 2 PvP swords are really good. The offhand is Biss, and the main hand is a little bit less than Talon, so they're really, really good. You have Spike Blade and Latros, that's not as good as the Season 2. You have the Bloodlust Brooch, that's good, and you have the Mecha trinkets. Yeah, the Phase 2 trinkets, dude, Warp Spring Coil is huge. It's absolutely huge. So, and he's got max hit. If he's hit capped with Warp Spring Coil, and he's got the Season 2 weapons, or even the Season 1 weapons, but Season 1, yeah, it depends. Like if he's hit capped and he has his rotation down and you don't have your rotation down, I'm not saying that you don't, I'm just saying like gear is one thing, but executing your rotation properly and knowing the encounter and when to use what is a massive, massive part of your DPS. So it's tricky. It's hard to say without seeing the logs and stuff like that. Okay, we're gonna do this one. I'm gonna sap these. Oh, no. What am I doing? Okay, we're gonna have to put on the Gnomish trinket. It's because I'm not used to sapping, so I forgot we need to resap him and then they'll go. 19 seconds on Vanish trinket, that's fine, we can pull now. A little bit early, maybe. Oh, fucking hell. Oh no. No, we got a stealth. I'm out of here. I'm gonna let the chest go, guys. I'm gonna let the chest go. We missed a couple of veins in here, but we also died at the end of Mana Tombs on a few runs, and we missed some mines, some veins. So the gold per hour average is ever so slightly lower than it should be by maybe a gold for each of the instances. So it's not the end of the world, and we mess up on both of them now and again. So we're just gonna roll. I'm not doing that again. Wasting time. We're already over an hour here, and I mean, we do have 11 minutes left until the lockout ends on the first one, which is great because we need it with this ridiculous play. Surely week 14 I see Warp Spring, right? Surely. Of course. Of course. I won't tell you that we disenchanted one in our guild on Wednesday. I would never tell a rogue that. That would be very disheartening. It sucked for the third rogue in our guild, who's a pretty good rogue, and he still hasn't gotten it yet. This is why I don't have a second raiding character. I go into the raid. If I get what I want, I get what I want. If I don't get it, I don't get it. That's the roll of the dice. But going in on a mage or a paladin or a second rogue who's not your main rogue and getting the thing that you want on your main, nah, we're not doing that. The crazy part, I'm using haste potions and stuff and still out DPS. Well, are you talking about in general, he's always more DPS than you week after week? Or are you talking about 1 week? Because DPS swings wildly. Even if you have a perfect, let's say you have full bis, 2 rogues, both of them have full bis. Let's say they both use an AI bot that executes the perfect rotation on the boss every single time. One of those rogues is going to parse 99 on the boss, and the other rogue is going to parse 95 because of RNG. One rogue doesn't hit, doesn't crit, they don't get the proc at the right time. You know, there's loads of different variables. RNG is a huge factor. That's why when you get into parsing, you understand that what you can control, you focus on and try to get that as good as you can. And the rest of it is up to lady luck, because RNG is a massive factor. Okay, we're going to go for the combat chest here. So we're going to spec swap. We're in our DPS spec. We're in our harp spec. And we're going to just kill this pack. Now, this is the new meta. I was like, I reckon I can probably just combat a 3-pack in here now. And I tried it and it worked. So that's what we do. It's still a little bit tricky, but I'm just going to chill here for a minute. I'm going to go out for 2 minutes and I'll be back, and then we'll kill that 3-pack. What's the best gold farms around in TBC throughout the phases? I like rogue farms you're doing. Palaraw farms are good too as well. Bob Schwaggins, I will answer that question when I get back. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be back to you, right? Okay, we gotta wait for these guys to come down here and back here before we pull anyway. What are the best gold farms in TBC throughout the phases? Okay. This farm for rogues is the best. Manitomb's is second best. The Paladin farm Stratholme is very good. Monroe, who is the an officer in my guild, very good player. He runs Paladin Stratholme rather. And I asked him and he said that he's getting around, I think he said 280 gold an hour. So Strat is very good. You can also run Black Morass as a Paladin. You pull all of the spiders and crocodiles in Morass. You pull them up to the dark portal and you go around in circles and you consecrate them all down. But the real money maker for that one, or a big part of the money, is skinning. So you have to be a skinner in order to get the value out of that farm, which a lot of people don't want to do. And I understand why. It means you're just locked into that farm only. So Stratholme is kind of the gold standard. Give me 1 second. I need to poison up here actually. Mages can farm Zul'Gurub and get bee juice, and they still sell very well. Nice one. We got that before he hit the bomb, which is really nice. We can probably have time to eat a little bit, but not that much. If we may vanish here if we don't get good RNG on our hits and crits. Come on, 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 come on. Oh. Oh yeah. That was satisfying. If you're a druid or a mage, you can also farm primal fires up on the Throne of Kil'jaeden or Throne of the Elements. Why can't I distract him? Interesting. What other farms are there? Chat, anybody else remember any of the other gold farms in the game for Bob Schwagons? I'm definitely missing a few. Oh yeah, the Sholo farm, which we're going to do once we finish this run. This will be our 5th run. We'll go and do Manitombs. We'll do 5 lockouts of Manitombs because we want to keep it in even number for both so we can keep this average going. And after that, we'll go to Sholo and we'll do the Dark Rune farm, which my guild lead, co-guild lead, messaged me, whispered me a couple of days ago saying this is up at 400 to 500 gold an hour now if you sell them at the right time and get good RNG on the drops. But 400 to 500 gold an hour is not to be ignored. So we're going to go and try that out soon. What other gold farms are there? I mean, there's open world farms where you're, you know, killing mobs to try and get things like, you know, the badge of tenacity, the depleted badge, and so, but they're never as good as these instance farms are. Instance farms are so good. In classic, that's a different story. I mean, there's a dozen farms, half a dozen farms I could mention just for rogues. Good, because I would hate to hear that. Yes, it was all theoretical speculation. Sup, brother? How you doing? How are you doing? Well, this is the last run of our first lockout of the day, SV. We had, I would say we had bad luck. Oh, you're back. Okay, good. Never mind, it works again. No, it's on my end. I'm using a piece of software called V2RayN, which is not a VPN. It rents IPCL lines, which basically go underneath the Great Firewall, and you have nodes and lines that you can rent. And because I got the software like a week ago, I've been testing each node and then renaming it based on how many disconnects I get. And this one has been the best so far, but every now and again, it will tell me that the host has forcibly disconnected the connection. And then you get a disconnect like this. It will immediately reconnect it. And as long as it does it within 10 seconds or 15 seconds, I think, then on the stream end of things, the stream won't end. It will just kind of black out or stutter for a little second, and it's been pretty good at that. So I can see here now that there's still 39 people watching, so it didn't just completely kill the stream, and that's very important. So it's trial and error on this end. The Great Firewall in China makes it incredibly difficult to stream consistently, but this software is really good. It's the best of what I've found so far. Cheers for the info. Gonna go off now. Have a good one and good luck out there IRL and in game. Thank you so much, Schwaggins. Have a good life. Have a good time, whatever you're doing. And yeah, we'll see you in chat next time. If you ever want to ask any questions about Rogue, I'm here. Enjoy, brother. I can't believe I'm actually looking forward to going into Manitoons with the lockout that we've had in here. Thomas Larson, I use 6 to 8 minutes per MT clear with all chests and nodes. Yeah, 30 to 35 minutes. If you get super lucky with the chest spawns, 30 minutes, but generally 35 minutes. You know, and if you die or you're playing sloppy, you can go up to 40 minutes. But generally, yeah, 35 minutes. But the thing is, like, that's it then. You know, the gold you get then is the gold you get. That's why the gold per hour up here is, it's the real gold per hour. If you look at Kiwi Farm or something, it'll tell you that the gold per hour is going to be like, whatever, 450 or something. But you can't technically get that much gold out of it because you can't farm in there for an hour. I'm going to go and buy some flash powder. That's why I died. I couldn't vanish. If you have 2 accounts, you could log over to a second rogue, and if you can, in phase 3 when the gear's a bit better and the kill times are a bit faster, you can do it definitely consistently in about 30 minutes. Then you log over to your second rogue, you do the same thing, and then you can make really good gold per hour in Manitoons. But for now, Manitoons is the best in terms of quality of life, work-life balance is the phrase that you want to use to describe mana tombs, because people who work from home, for example, will do 30 minutes of MT and then 30 minutes of work. So MT is the best farm by far for work-life balance. But for straight gold per hour, if you've got the time to just farm and focus on the game, SV is king. Yeah, but have to use dual talent for prep, and I do raid spec for clear. I work from home, so that's what I do. Okay, I'm going to show you the spec that I'm using right now, and I encourage you to try it out because you get the best of both worlds. And since somebody mentioned it, told me about it a couple of months ago, and I tried it, I have not gone back. I used to spec swap in MT, so I'd have the shadow step, and then, oh nice, we reached a follower goal of 320 followers. We're getting there every day. We're getting a little bit closer, and this is awesome. Super, super happy. Thank you for all the follows, the support, the follows, the likes, the subs on YouTube, whether it's on YouTube or on Twitch. Appreciate each and every one of you following the digital dream. I'm super stoked. 320 followers. That's good. So I'm going to show you a harp spec. As soon as I finish this run, we're going to go to mana tombs, and I'll show you the harp spec. It's absolutely insane. Spec swapping is very annoying. When you're tired, you forget, and it will cause you deaths. And if you're focused on work as well, I can imagine that you'll have a few deaths and get sloppy because you forget to swap spec because you're being distracted, things like that. So harp spec gives you the best of both. You don't get shadow step, but you get prep, and you get blade flurry and adrenaline rush. So wait till you see it, bro. And when you try it out, you're going to love it. You're going to love it. And it's slightly better, ever so slightly better DPS than Combat Swords Bis, because Combat Swords Bis is the best DPS spec in the game for raid boss DPS. But harp spec is incredibly good for trash. And I get... It's in and around the same, but I feel like harp just creeps ahead a little bit from looking at the numbers on my details. So, and you get the increased stealth speed and all that good stuff. Come on, game. Look at this. Loading times are broken. I peaked 2.6k DPS. Do you have, you must have, because I peaked 2.3. So you must have DST, right? We're in. Look at this. It's taken an hour and a half to do our 5 runs. No DST. 2.6k. Do you use any... I don't think I've ever gotten a 2.6 on a pack. And I have... Do you have Belt of 100 Deaths? If TWL, thank you. All Bis enchants. Yeah, no, of course. I've got all Bis enchants as well. But I peak, my best is 2.3. That's the best I've gotten out of a pack. Obviously, Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush, yeah. But 2.6k is Deep Shadow Belt, yes. 2.6 is a lot. It's a lot. Do you have the Season 2 PvP weapon? $2.3k is also good. Yeah, I know. 2.3k is my best. I'm just wondering how you're getting 2.6 without DST or 100 deaths. Teach me your ways. Tell me your secrets. I mean, I have full death mantle, amulet of bitter hatred, Thalassian wilder cloak, which is better than Dark Reaver in. It's the same DPS in raid. You can sim it, but it's better than Dark Reaver in Mana Tombs because you don't need the hit in Mana Tombs, so it gives you extra. Biss. Ah, are you a PvP rogue? Do you have all Agi gems? That could be the difference. I mean, in MT you also need towers. Yeah, but I've been farming. I've farmed a lot of MT, bro, in Harpspec. So I've had towers up, and I've never hit anything above 2.3. So I'm curious. Spy gas of the Hidden Fleet, SSC trash. Oh yeah, I got a heal over time trinket for Mana Tombs. Feels alright. Yeah, it's a nice one. 40 stamina if you get 400 hit points on it, and you get a heal if you need it. It's good if you're low geared and you're struggling with the packs. I have it explicitly to try and kill Tavarok. There it is. But I don't use it actually. In Mana Tombs, I'd rather have a bigger burst. Ah, wait, are you an orc or a troll, Larson? If you're orc or troll, then you have the racial, which would put your DPS up. That makes sense. You can also check the talents you swap between. I mean, for... Okay, this is starting to annoy me now. You're human. You have expertise. You have extra expertise. Sword spec. Right? That explains. That explains it. And if you were orc or troll, you'd have berserking as a troll, which would explain the extra 300 DPS. And you'd have blood fury or whatever it is for the orcs, which would explain the other 300 DPS. Yeah, human, you've got the expertise. Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. So for these runs, I do 5, even if I play sloppy, like here, we've got an hour and a half. I've been chatting the chat. I made a lot of little mistakes. I ran out of flash powder. I died a few times. I just do 5 runs and take the gold total. That's the gold per hour. Because if you do it properly and you're not being sloppy, that is actually the gold per hour you're going to make. So I don't put this in. This isn't really a true value anyway, because in Mana Tombs, if you do 5 runs, it'll tell you that's really high, but it's not the real gold per hour. However much gold you have after 5 runs is the gold per hour. Now, if it takes you consistently longer than this, then your gold per hour will actually be lower, obviously. But I put this in because, while I'm chatting with chat and trying to do technical polls and chat with chat at the same time is you'll make mistakes. Oh, it was worth it. It was so worth it, boys. God. Good loot really does require sacrifices. Look at that. Living Ruby. We've had some great living ruby luck in the last couple of days, I have to say. This is, I think, our 4th living ruby in 3 days, which is really nice. So we're in a bull run as far as gems are concerned. Last night, I hadn't seen a noble topaz in a long time. And hadn't seen a noble topaz in a long time, and I was just said to chat, I haven't seen a noble topaz in a long time. I wonder if one drops this run. We got out of a chest 2 noble topaz in 1 chest, and then we also got 3 super mana potions, and the gold roll on the chest was 6 gold, 96 silver, and some copper, and you can't get over 7 gold. So it was an insanely high gold roll as well, and we got a green item out of it that we could that run, just a single run in Mana Tombs, was worth 205 gold. It was absolutely beautiful. It was a thing of beauty. Yesterday I got 3 living rubies in 30 minutes. You get those god tier runs sometimes. I got 6 rare gems in 35 minutes in here before I went traveling a couple of months ago. And it was either 1 or 2 of them were living rubies. It was absolutely insane. That lockout was the best lockout I've ever had. It was god tier. I got something like, I can't remember, it was like 700 or 800 gold out of 1 hour. It was absolutely nuts. But thank God this lockout is finished, because it's been a bit of a disaster, I'm not gonna lie. Except apart from obviously the good loot. 457, we round up if it's over 50 silver, so 458. Let's update. 458. Let's get the calculator out. SV 375 multiplied by the number of lockouts is 13 equals 4,875 plus what do we say, 400 and what? 458 plus 458 equals 5,333 gold we've gotten from SV since last Saturday, and then we divide that by the new number of lockouts, which is 14, to give us our new total of 380.92, rounding up to 381. We just gained 6 gold average gold per hour from that run, which is pretty nice. And we update the number from 13 to 14. Okay, done. Done. Now, mate, I'll show you harp spec and change your life forever. Let's just... I'm getting better at this. Let's reset that. Finish. I forget to do that sometimes, and then when you go into Mana Tombs, it rolls over, so you have to minus the original value from the new value, but it's not shown, so you have to go back in the stream and blah blah blah. I might take a few Thistle Teas in with me. I'm jealous. Pally farming is so much more tiring. I've heard that it gets a little tedious. I think the pally farming, I mean, I know I would enjoy doing that, like hitting the figurine of the Colossus and just seeing your health go up like that every pull would be very satisfying. And the fact that you can get epics out of there, the Skull Flame Shield still sells really well. And, you know, you could always get a T-Boo's longsword maybe. And because of the love I have for those items in Classic, and I love Stratholme in general as an instance, I think it's really well designed and it's very, it's got great lore and I just enjoy hanging around in there. So I think I wouldn't mind it, but I get what you mean about things getting tiring. SV is definitely, well, Mana Tombs is amazing because as you get better gear, it becomes much more satisfying to just melt through the mobs, especially if you're using Harp Spec. It's just so good. So I'm in the honeymoon period with Harp Spec, and because I'm almost full bis, I'm just missing DST, 100 deaths, and the Season 2 weapon. It's very enjoyable to just have a look at the DPS meter and just see how much damage you can put out. It's a good way of tracking. When you get a new item, a powerful item, you go in there and you can just see your new peaks, which is really fun. But SV is so satisfying to pull off the moves, and the loot you get out of there from the chests is much better. And you have a chance, a small chance at epics from the combat packs. And you can get green items that are of shadow protection, which are bis and worth a lot of money. So, and because I developed or pushed the farm beyond what it was last time around, I have obviously a kind of bias towards SV because of the emotional response I got from that experience of the creative process of figuring it out and then developing it and then making the video. So, you know, that's all nested inside the farm for me. So it's very, very enjoyable for me to do SV. Okay, 2 minutes. You must be getting all my rubies. I do 10 MT daily and I haven't seen one in 3 weeks. I hadn't seen one for a long time before that either. You have those peaks and troughs with the rubies. I hadn't seen rubies in a long time. And then this week, just those in the last 3-4 days, as I mentioned, or 3 days, got like 3 or 4 of them. But we've made over 9,000 gold now since last Saturday. Hey, Mescom. Ah, he's got the brigands. I still need that. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what I need. I also need either shoulder pads at the stranger or Bloodsea Brigand's Vest. They both give me the same DPS. Talon, nice. Flash sound. Marksman's Bow. Need the pistol. Or Spine Sever. But no, Spine Sever is actually just a couple of points worse than that. Lethality, nice. 1,000 marks is still great, but felt leather boots are really good, but you definitely want the Cara boots. Great, great, great. Yeah, tasty. Very tasty. 14 seconds, just enough time to pay my respects. There he is. Mescom. How you doing, brother? How's the farm going for you today? Oh my god. I've been on mute the whole time. Damn. Damn. I really should have checked chat earlier. Forgive me, boys. I was in the zone. I was like, yeah, I'm explaining how harp spec works, how good it is. Yeah. It's alright, I'll do it again. I will prep here and just sprint through. Hopefully it's the one beside the 4-pack so I can show you the benefits of harp for the, yes it is, nice one. So if you're in combat swords and you go to sap this mob, what'll happen is straight away you'll lose like half your energy. And then if you want to cheap shot this guy, the rest of it's gone. And then I blind this guy, but we get increased range on our blind from this. And he can't actually be blinded from there if you're in sword spec. So I'll show you now. We'll do this. I do this, then I blind. Oh, blind's on cooldown, alright. Normally I'd blind him and then just open up on these two and then start pulling them back. But harp makes it so your blind and sap are cheap and have higher range. Your cheap shot is also costs less energy. Reduces the energy cost of your cheap shot by 20. So your openers are incredibly cheap and you can do them from further away, like the blind or sap. Which means your openers are much more fluid. You can just roll straight into a pack, sap, cheap shot, blind if you need to, and then open, and you can do it all in one fluid motion. Whereas in combat swords, you sap, you cheap shot, then you can't blind if you need to, or you sap and you cheap shot, and then you're down to no energy, and the start of your burst is like painfully slow because you have to wait for that 2 seconds for it to come back up. Harp solves that with those talents, and it just allows you to just slide straight into like a massive pump. If you go harp, if you're peaking as a human at 2.6, if you go harp, I reckon you're going to see 2.7, 2.8. And thank you for the message, by the way, bro. Appreciate it. I mean, we have these stamina scrolls. We might as well use them. They're cheapest chips. You know what we might do? We might, because you've brought out my competitive edge now, brother, with your 2.6k bursts with human. So I'm going to drop a Thistle tier 2 and see if I can get above 2.3. Alright, so normally I'd sap the priest and then just burst the other two. However, when there's two dark casters up, I prefer to burst them both down at the same time so we can try and maybe get stacks of their Shadow Word Pain, because that's bad. We might be able to kill them before they both Shadow Word Pain us, which would be really nice. Nah, they got one off. So we cloaked that. Pull them back to this little safe spot. The greens from the mobs here are really the icing on the cake. Cherry on top, just getting more disenchant value out of the farm. It's those little RNG casino roll wins that spike your dopamine. We're farming mana tombs for gold and we're farming our brain for dopamine. Sapping the leader will always stop the other two in the pack. You don't know which one is the leader in some of the packs. That one is always the leader in that one. So let's sap the inner guy and see. No, he's not the leader. That guy kept walking. We sap him. He's the leader because he stays with him. So we can control entire patrols by sapping one mob. Really, really useful in dungeons as well. If things are pathing into. And you're going to get wiped, like if you're mostly in classic dungeons, to be honest, but you can do it here as well. If you're in a combat and you can see there's a patrol coming toward you and you're not in great shape, you're not in the best group, or you pulled more than you could have, or whatever reason, one of the many reasons why you're just overwhelmed and it might wipe the group, you can vanish and then just sap the leader and then the whole patrol will just stay there and then you can finish off the rest and you can save your group like that. Or you can use distract. When you do those things in dungeons as a rogue, it's very satisfying and everybody sees the value of having a good rogue in their group because not a lot of other classes can do things like that. No other classes can do things like that. Distract, especially on the fly, is an incredible way to show value or add value to your heroic group. And it will definitely make people think twice about rogue as a class in terms of what they can do. Kind of like priest with, I had a lot of respect for priest this time around, last classic around, when I went in with a priest and we were doing spell cleave farming for crusader orbs or righteous orbs in Strat Live. And there was a priest there. He was a healer and he was looking specifically for spell cleave farms. I had a mage full tier 5 mind quickening gem, the works. And he came in with us and he goes, wait, I'll pull. And I was like, what? And he mind soothed all the different mobs and ran through the live side of the dungeon, mind soothing everything, and then pulled something and then ran back out. And just this massive big cluster comes out and we just improved Blizzard slow. And absolutely wiped them out. And I was like, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I never knew Priest had such versatility. So yeah, you learn there's levels to each class, and when you encounter a player that knows how to leverage them, it's very impressive. And one of the ways you can do that as a rogue and show that skill set is by distracting in dungeons. Not gonna lie, I'm a big fan of just how quick I can get mana tombs done. So am I, brother. So am I. It's absolutely insane. It's one of the big draws for the farm. It's what makes the farm bis, not from a gold per hour perspective, but from a work-life balance perspective. Look, I can sap this guy now, straight away open up on this guy. You know, if we were in sword spec, wouldn't be able to do that. You know, we can just start the pump straight away. Sometimes I won't even slice and dice just because if the pump goes really well, you want to put those combo points into a 5-point eviscerate to blade flare it, right? Not really well, but pretty well. Do you clear a 3-pack for one standard adamantite node? If I was in lower gear, I wouldn't. If I'm tired or I'm not arsed and I have a vanish up, I'll just kill the one closest to the node and then vanish and mine the node. But generally I will kill the packs because they can drop greens and that's worth more gold per hour. And with my gear, which is almost full bis, I just melt through packs anyway. So generally I try to clear packs just to make more money. Squeeze more money out of the farm. And there's very little risk at this gear level, unless I'm distracted or tired or whatever. So we're waiting we got 40 seconds before our blade flurry comes off. So this is the only time when I'll pickpocket in here. I know you can get gems, but I've done a lot of pickpocketing, a lot in both MT and SV. And the drop rate is very, very low and it adds an awful lot of time to your runs. And I'd rather just have that time at the end of the run to swap over to the alt, disenchant things, chill out, get a coffee, go to the toilet, whatever, have a smoke, you know. Plus, I feel bad robbing these hardworking ethereals, you know. But I love robbing slaves, I have to admit. Slaves in SV, I don't know what it is about them. You know, in the blood diamond, when your man finds the big pink diamond and hides it in his toe, and he goes to bury it, and the commander comes over, puts a gun to his head, give it to me. Yeah, that's like me in SV, just robbing slaves left, right, and center. See, I did this yesterday. I spec swapped when I meant to bandage, and then I pulled and I died because I was in subtlety, not focused, chatting the chat. Alright. Okay, well I guess we're killing them all. Bollocks. Oh. Oh. If my gear was any worse. The better you get at the farm, the worse you can play and get away with it. If that makes any sense. You know. That's a really nice thing about MT in particular. SV, it's not quite the same. It's similar. It's not quite the same. But in MT, the longer the expansion goes on, the better your gear, the easier the farm becomes. And at the same time, the longer the expansion goes on, the more economy the economy inflates and the more money you make out of the farm. So across time, it just gets easier and easier and makes you more and more money. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing. It's a good way to be. 3 MTs. We've got 2 resets left after this one. Then we're gonna go to Sholo. We're gonna go to Sholo today. We're gonna check this Dark Rune farm out. There is one node spawn in MT I was going to ask you about that's hard to get without pulling mobs. It is the second circular room after the second boss. This one. Close to the right pack. Close to the right between the void and... Yeah, this one. Yeah. So you can get it without... It's right here normally. And you can get it, but you need to be patient. So there's 3 ways to do it. Kill them all if you've got all your cooldowns up and you want to. Or sap him, blind him, and kill this guy. And then mine it. Or wait for him to move over into the middle there. And there is a point where he will patrol. That way. Actually, you can also sap. Because I think when you pull them out of sap, they kind of move. They shift around sometimes. So you can kind of fiddle with it a bit. No, I think that's more for patrols that are actually walking. But yeah, he'll pull from there. He'll pull from there. You want him to be really kind of here, around here. And if he's around there, you can distract. But again, you have to be patient. You have to wait for him to be in that position. But if you're low geared, you don't have your cooldowns. Sometimes you just come in and you can see he's right there and you can distract him straight away and then there. Still, he's a bit too close there. If this mine was up, he would pull. But at this stage, dude, I just killed them. I just killed them. The price to be. I hope that answers your question. Love that you can use it out of stealth as well. I'm not sure what you're referring to because that was a little while ago. Maybe reposed. Price, you will have to kill at least 2 of those 3 mobs in the second circle room. No, you can get away with killing just 1. And you can get away with killing none, but you have to, as I said. But the only time I ever do that, like distract and do the mine, is when I come into the room and I see him in a position where I can just instantly distract and get it. Because that's kind of an RNG rarity that that you get that, so you just want to take advantage of it, like, you know, it's like getting a lucky, you know, it's like going into the parking place and there's a parking spot open straight away. It's like, it's in the best spot you can get. It's like, I'm taking that one. Not a great analogy, but you get what I mean. Moto Sega Zero, thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate you. That shoom, that kind of shing kind of sound is the riposte. And whenever you hear that dink for a parry, you know you can just hit your riposte. So, and they're both, if you like sound design, if sound design is something that you appreciate, or whatever, something I appreciate. When I hear that dink of the parry, knowing that I can hit my riposte, it's an auditory cue. It's really useful and quite a pleasant sound. And then the shwump kind of sound effect of the riposte that you get is also very satisfying. And you know that you just hit like for a really nice damage. Let's have a look at one of our better packs. I think we did a 2.3 a while ago. There we go. Let's have a look at this one. Oh wow, we didn't even get any ripostes in that one. So let's... Okay, it didn't crit. Let's see if we can find a riposte crit. Yeah, crit 1400. You know, Hemo crits 1200. Repose crits 1400. You know, it's huge. Let's get a ghostly strike out. It's the by far the hardest hitting ability. Ghostly strike. Normal hits 500. Max 700. So if you get very lucky, you get it to like 13 or 1400. But still. Oh, we're out of poisons. I don't think I'm gonna really need to bandage in combat here, so I'm just gonna put deadlies on for now. It's a double Darkcaster pack again, so... Oh, we got the perceived weakness up. Oh, we didn't even have to use our... That was nice. We didn't even have to use our cloak. .5 is nice. Anything between 1.5 and 2k is solid. Anything 2k and above is really good. Ha. Okay. That's that can happen sometimes. It will kind of glitch off this lamppost, whatever it is. But it was only a 2-tap, so... You're absolutely right, Bryce. You do not get rich nodes in SV. 100%. You only get normal Addy and normal Fel. I don't think you get rich Fel anywhere in the game, actually. So yeah, no rich nodes, but there are 4 nodes. So it means instead of having 2 possible rare spawns of corium on the node, you're twice as likely to get a corium spawn in SV than you are in MT. Which isn't too big a deal because corium is not worth a huge amount. I think it's worth a little bit less now, actually. 167 versus 237. However, corium does have a much higher drop chance for rare gems. For gems in general, green and rare, than the other nodes. So, you know. One minute 50. I think when we get down to 1 minute 50, then it's going to tell us it's going to be, you know, 3 minutes. And then when 3 minutes goes down, it's going to tell us it's going to be 17 minutes because those 3 are dupes. And I think the lockout countdown starts when you leave the dungeon. I think those 3 are the same dungeon and we actually have to wait 17 minutes. Which would suck. It's funny because I main a rogue, but I use his prof's JC engineering for PvP right now. So I level a second rogue for dungeon farming, but I made a gnome, so I have to be careful of the water pulls or I'll swim. Gnomes are tricky. It can be great to be a gnome, and it can be terrible to be a gnome, depending on the situation. And when I play Alliance, I always play Night Elf female rogue, always. I don't care about I do care. I know in Classic there's nothing more powerful than a human rogue because of the sword specialization, the weapon skill spec. But I don't care. I play Night Elf female always because I love Night Elves. Shrekos. And I usually go dagger rogue then. And even if I do go swords, I still pump. Hey. Ah. I went farming Anzu with this guy a few times, and then the next day he would whisper me, do you want to go? And he would make really good groups, melee cleave groups. And I played with a paladin, Aileen, still online here, who was doing absolutely insane DPS. And it was rare that I would find a melee character that would be able to compete with my DPS in heroics. But Aileen was, and we had so much fun. He would grab Alien and then me and, you know, a chamois and, you know, a hunter or a warrior. And we just go in and just absolutely cream through the place. So those were really fun heroics, especially the first boss, because you can do you can just one phase him if you got the DPS. You know, you pop Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush, and your bombs, and you just absolutely destroy the packs. It's kind of like a mini High King Mulgar fight. You get me? Because it's over so quick and you're trying to kill everything within your burst window. And then you're hoping for just God tier RNG procs on all of your various procs. A lot of fun. I like that dungeon a lot. Let's open these boxes. We got a macro here. We just have to spam click this. And it will auto open for us. Yo, I figured out SV all pulls except for the Boglord and 2 out of 4 chests on the bottom side. But the 3 top side are a cakewalk. Exactly. I'm in Bonifacio. So that's 1 guaranteed chest plus nose and gas. SV is awesome. It is, bro. It is awesome. You can go in there as a fresh level 70 with no gear and still make really good money. And then as you get maybe the belt or the boots, or you decide you're confident enough to try the other chests, you just add to what's already an incredible gold farm that you can go in naked at 70 and get. It's insane. I just skipped the ones I haven't figured out yet. Exactly. The Nelf flip is bis. Exactly. The Nelf flip. I think the world record is 16 in a row for front flips. But I have to say the Blood Elves did a good job. Two seconds. Now it's going to tell me 15 minutes, right? $12 minutes, 30 seconds. $14 lockouts, isn't it? After 13 lockouts. Let's just call it 14. We got 10 minutes. You've heard the name around Reddit. I wouldn't call myself a celebrity, but I stay well away from Reddit. When I found the world first spine server and I posted on Reddit, I got absolutely lambasted. I did link my stream and link my YouTube because I thought this is a great opportunity to try and grow the channel. And all of the disgruntled, resentful, ne'er-do-well, dark triad types came out of the woodwork and just started tearing me to shreds. And then when there's blood in the water like that, all of the other miserable pricks come out and they just start just absolutely ripping people to shreds. Reddit is one of the most toxic places. It depends on the subreddit, obviously, but like Reddit is one of the most toxic places on the internet. And then other people were messaging like, I don't know why you guys are shredding him. He's shown people something that nobody's done before or didn't knew was possible. And he's added value to the game, and you're just like absolutely shredding him to bits because he linked a YouTube channel. But like the people who actually make those comments are like very, very few, and all the miserable people who are just like looking for something to tear to pieces just come out and outnumber them. I was like, I'm never going on Reddit again. That was my takeaway from Reddit. But if people are chatting about me on Reddit, that's good. I go through so many bandages because I always forget food. Oh, I almost never bring food just to eat exclusively. I just bring bandages. I don't even bother making them. I can't be arsed. I'll just send my netherweave cloth over to my priest and sell it as I'm selling everything else. And then I'll just buy 2 stacks of bandages off the auction house and send them over to McBacon. I can't even be arsed spending time making bandages. I just roll the process into my system that I have already and just ping from one to the next as quickly as I can. And then you get enough super healers from the, which don't sell for that, although they're up to almost 2 gold now. That's insane. But generally they're like 60 silver to a gold on my server. So they're not really worth that much. I drink them as I need them. Seven minutes, that's fairly annoying. Oh, we needed, yeah. We need poisons, right? Yeah. So, have you got a movie for me? Yeah. Any pitch meeting fans in the chat? Hey, your Twitch stream is frozen. Okay, give me 1 sec. How about now? No, he's just rage baiting. Okay. Thank you, Mandus. Lurkers coming out of the chat to ease my troubled heart. Stappy, I like that name. 5 minutes. All right. Look, I'm going to go for a quick smoke and I'll come back and we'll smash out the last run. And then we're going to go down to Sholomance. And for the first time ever, I'm going to do the Dark Rune farm, which I'm really looking forward to actually, because Sholo, I love that dungeon. So yeah, be back in 2 minutes, 3 minutes. 30 seconds. But you can always get in a little earlier, I feel. Last MT. Living Ruby, maybe? Haven't seen a Night's Eye in a while. Might be a Night's Eye if we get something. I have a hunch that the reason why it's taken so long to load is because they made changes to the layering system to stop people being able to abuse that. And now because of that, it's bottlenecking because so many people are trying to enter and exit the dungeon. Yo, thank you so much for the Prime sub, brother. SpecX Lone Star. Sorry, I had to zero in on your name there. Appreciate you so much. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. That is absolutely heartfelt. And we are on the way. We're on the way. I'm going to update the subs. You absolute legend. Let me drag this down a bit. New subs goal of 10. Oh, why did it say 12? I think that was I think I do have 12. Anyway, I'm going to put 13 anyway because that's what I think I have. Yeah. Take my Prime, you're doing awesome work. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you. I love it. I love it. We're getting there. We took a long break. We were in Hanoi a couple of months ago and we went home to surprise our friend for his birthday. We were traveling around Europe, trying to figure out where to go, what to do next. And just got set up. I moved to China 2 weeks ago. I'm enrolled for 6 months at a Kung Fu Academy here and training Kung Fu during the day and streaming at night. And got two goals running at the same time. I gave myself a year to try and grow the channel and the stream. To a place where I can do it as a living. Just very bare minimum, even living in a Southeast Asian or a cheap country. We are going to back off here and blind him so that we can bandage. And, yeah, instant poison. Of course. Deadly poison, rather. Let's change that to instant. So you have just got me one step closer to my goal. I'm going to be doing Wrath content, showing you all the cool Wrath gold farms, rogue shenanigans. Probably try and get a few more world firsts or never before dones in that time. We got the... It's not, I wouldn't really call it a world first, but I developed the ZG solo stealth farm and figured out how to get every node in the instance, which really started my journey of kind of looking for creative solutions to systems in the game with Rogue. So we did that, and then we found world first Spine Sever in the pre-patch, and we proved that that could be done. Yo, Grumple Pumple, thank you so much for the Prime sub, you absolute legend. Wow. Wow. Guys, you're absolutely making my day here. What a Friday. Insane. I'm going to update this one. Thank you so much. Let's get that one. Bro. Crumple Pumple. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Yeah, Spine Sever. And then we came into SV and we pushed that farm beyond what anyone thought was capable with the NG pulls. And then prove that it's worth more than SV, which is what we're doing now. Even though everyone who's been watching that video and doing that farm knew it was worth more anyway. And we also, I also theory crafted and tested and then proved that you can get into Rend now solo and you can kill him. You don't need to get 3 channelers, 3 clickers for the thing to summon in the first boss. You can target a mob behind the door. There's a crack in the door and you can shadow step through. So we did that, and after 12 Rend kills, we got our hands on the legendary Fell Striker in phase 1 of TBC. You can go and get that now if you want. There's a video on my channel showing you how to get through the crack and how to kill him. And that's Bis in Wrath. We're the best AoE DPS class in the game, but you need to have that weapon. And we also use it for the Karazhan gold farm, which is, I think it's the best gold farm in the game for any class in Wrath. So all exciting stuff, and I've got plenty of ideas for new content. So that's it. We're pushing Rogue, Classic plus Rogue, Classic Rogue, and then Classic plus. You better believe I'm going to be getting that figured out as soon as possible. We'll just kill these, no worries. Great thing about riposte is that it actually triggers on me, so if I kill the mob while it's up, I can use it on the next mob. There's another one. As soon as you hear that parry sound, you know you're winning. Uh-oh. I'm dead here. Ah, oh, no. So close. But still a satisfying combat. Ah, Carumple Pumple. Spec X Lone Star. Legends. Did they do changes to how the layers work already? Somebody said that in the chat the last day. So I'm just going on their word. I didn't read any Blued posts or anything, so that could be wrong. But somebody said that the last update had something to do with layers, and it makes sense now with the extra loading times into dungeons because of bottlenecking. It's logical, right? So don't quote me on it, because I could be wrong, but if it is right, that makes sense. I know in Wrath I used to make a ton farming Mithril and Mara. Yeah. But we're going to be able to go into Karazhan. We're going to go up the stairs into the first ballroom. We're going to sneak through up the stairs into the second higher tier ballroom. We're going to pull the ghosts at the end. We're going to jump off the balcony. We're going to pull they're going to pull the ghosts in the lower tier ballroom. We're going to run down the stairs around the corner, hit our evasion. We needed a special trinket or 2. You need Fell Striker, and you need a level 80 spellcaster epic dagger. And you need the assassination talent that gives you, it's either 2 or 3 energy back when you critical strike. Then we hit Fan of Knives, and it procs Fell Striker, which makes everything land and crit. And then once that procs, the next time we hit your Fan of Knives, everything crits and you get infinite energy, and you just keep hitting Fan of Knives. It keeps proccing Fell Striker. You keep getting crits. You keep getting your energy back, and you just burst all the ghosts down. Get all the cloth, roll gold and the greens, disenchant them, send them to an alt, sell them, rinse and repeat. It's a banger gold farm, and it's one of the most satisfying gold farms to do. So yeah, it's going to be fun to show you guys how to do that. I literally just rolled a troll rogue on TBC so I can play in Wrath with your channel. Yeah, I am so pumped for Wrath. I can't wait. I can't wait. I've been this excited for Rogue since I first saw Simonize. Simonize is my favorite content creator. I really enjoy his content. I've learned so much from him, and we've chatted a little bit. I jumped on his stream and chatted a little bit with him, and he shouted my channel out and showed his chat some of the things that I was doing in SOD. I actually have one secret from SOD that I didn't release. I should do that soon because people are at the end game now. But it's basically the same idea. It's the infinite energy, infinite Fan of Knives farm, except there's a weapon that has a chance on hit, freezes all enemies in place. It frost novas them. So basically, it's like the last farm I mentioned, but you get a frost nova as well. So everything is frozen in place. Then you just backpedal a bit and you can range hit them and nobody can hit you and they're perma frozen forever until you kill them. With the other version of it, you need to evasion, and once your evasion runs out, if you haven't killed them or there's a few left, it kills the engine because you don't have enough of them alive to proc Fellstriker again, and so you stop getting energy back and then you just can't. It just ends. The infinite spam just ends, and then you've still got like maybe 12 or 15 mobs on you and you have to vanish or run out. But with the SOD version where you can freeze them in place, they're frozen in place then. And so even when you run out of when the engine stops, because you can't proc Fellstriker again, you still have a few more attempts to get it back, or run away. So it's much safer. And you can pull way more mobs because you can just freeze them in place and they're never hitting you. I think it might be right. It feels a lot harder to layer swap. Yeah. Can't you get Rod of Sun King now that helps with the AoE farm? Yeah, so I want to get that, but every time I've gone into SSC, but I have the extra SR for it now. Kind of. I mean, I have 3 SRs in there and I need 3 of them for SSC. One of them for Belt of 100 Deaths, and the other 2, one for Shoulder Pads of the Stranger, and the other one for Bloodsea Brigand's Vest. But we won't actually use both of them. We just use the SRs so that if one of them drops, we have an SR on either one, because we only need 1. They're both around the same DPS for me, and I have 5/5 Death Mantle, whereas one of those, either the Shoulder Pads of the Stranger in this slot or the Vest in this slot, is going to push my DPS up by about 15. So once I get one of those or the belt, I'll have a free SR and I'll start putting it on Rod. The only problem is it's an off-spec role, so if any other player in the raid has SR'd Rod for their main spec, I will lose it. I won't be able to take it, and I wouldn't want to take it anyway. But with Rod of the Sun King, I heard that it doesn't work because there's an internal cooldown, whereas Fellstriker doesn't have any, so it can keep proccing and you get all the crits. But I heard, I don't know, I have to test it. That's why I want to get it, because when I read things, I will take them as maybe truth, but I always want to test it myself. That's how you learn and figure it out and do that. So I'll try to get my hands on it. It's a nice weapon, but from doing theory crafting on for Wrath, for the Fan of Knives Infinite Energy combo. Oh, Shadow Protection Bracers. They're not BIS because they're 64, but bracers are usually a decent slot, I think. I don't know, I have to check, but they might be decent for Mother Shiraz. I'll throw them in my guild bank anyway. It might be enough. 17 might be enough to get somebody to the shadow cap. But I'm going to show you something now that really excited me when I was having a think. Is it Black Temple? I think so. Yeah, check this out. So, Fan of Knives, this in your main hand, Fellstriker in the offhand. So one of the so there's a couple of elements to the engine, how it works. You know, you need the talent to get the energy back, to get the infinite energy, so you can keep spamming Fan of Knives. But after that, you need survivability. So you need obviously evasion. You need a trinket called Essence of Gossamer that gives you 111 stamina. You get it from Heroic Azul Narub, the spider dungeon in Wrath. It gives you 111 stamina base, and it has chance when you're struck, I think. Shields you with a protective shield that lowers incoming damage by 120. So you need that on so that when you're getting hit, that's constantly proccing and it's just bringing down the amount of damage that's incoming. as well as that, you just need a lot of little things that are giving you damage mitigation and healing. You also need this classic trinket, Heroism. Sometimes heals the bearer of 120 to 180 when damaging an enemy in melee. Now, Fan of Knives counts as melee for this. So when you do spam your Fan of Knives on global, because you've got infinite energy, you're also healing all the time as well. When you combine that with the mitigated damage from Gossamer and with your evasion, you can keep yourself alive. So the aspects of the farm are, on the defensive side, healing, self-heal, and damage mitigation and evasion. So when I saw this, I was like, let's see if there's any other. I did my research on Rod of the Sun King, and then I just started looking for, because you have to have Fell Striker, and you want to have it in your offhand. Well, it doesn't matter, offhand or main hand, because Fan of Knives throws both of them, right? So I was looking for any weapon that had on-hit effects that healed or mitigated damage or something like that, and then I found this. Chance on hit fills you with Fell energy, allowing all melee attacks to drain life from opponents. If this works like this on Fan of Knives, it could be huge. It could be absolutely insane. I mean, it could be so good. We might be able to take out this one and put in an extra damage trinket or something else. So I'm super excited about this weapon. I want to get my cold undead fingers on that too. That's it. 5 Mana Tombs runs are done. Let's go back to chat, send the stuff over. Is it me or is the audio really low? I learned so much from Simonize last time. Oh, hold on. Does Carafarm still work with the damage reduce when you AoE Big Pull? It worked last TBC. It worked in original TBC. The only way that it won't work is if they implement the anti-boosting update that they released a couple of months ago and then immediately retracted because it had unintended consequences on the rest of the game, like healers drinking while the tank pulled in fights in dungeons and not getting any experience, things like that. So they made a big boo-boo and they took it out, and we haven't heard anything about it since. However, if they implement that, it's going to reduce the amount of loot that you get from mobs in any dungeon relative to the number of people in the combat. So if there's only one person there, Paladins doing strat farming, for example, got like 3 greens out of one whole run once that was implemented. So that will completely kill the Cara farm if they do introduce that. So hopefully that doesn't happen. Skulkers is also an upgrade. It was, and now it's not. I'll show you. It was a 10 DPS upgrade for me, but then with certain gear swaps, it became not a 10 DPS upgrade. I'll show you. I'll give you a little sneak peek as well. Look, I'll show you the difference from Phase 2 BIS 2295. Now, forget about what this number is, because it's all based on all of these and stuff like that, and like a 180-second fight. So the exact number isn't that important. What we're looking at here is how much it goes up or down when we swap out pieces and gear. So this is what we can expect. We just take this as a baseline. 2295. Now let's go full Phase 3 BIS with glaives. We've properly gemmed everything so that we get 316 hit, which is the cap for Horde if your alliance is 300. And these are worth more than a purple with the 4 attack power. So all the gems are optimized. We go from 2295 and it's a 220 DPS. Sorry, Warglaives are. We're going to go up by about 510 DPS, I think. 2295. Yeah, 545 DPS. That's the difference. 545 DPS from Phase 2 BIS to Phase 3 BIS. Let's go back to Phase 2 BIS for a second. Okay, let's say you can't get Warglaives and you don't do PvP. This is your Phase 3 BIS with Talon of Ashara and Blade of Savagery. And no glaives and no PvP. 315 melee capped. 2295. up to 2635. And you can get if you want to go no glaives but you're doing PvP, then the main hand Vengeful, and it's going to be about 10 or 15 DPS more. So this should be about 2650. Yeah. So this is all this is in a new video. It's all been sequenced. I just need to do the voiceovers and do a little bit more editing to it. Okay, let's go back to my current setup. This is my loadout at the minute. Let's call it 2210. Let's call it 2210, right? If you're wondering whether Thalassian is better, they're both the same. You get what you gain here in hit, you lose in the extra stats from Thalassian, and Thalassian looks better, number one. And number two, for Mana Tombs, Thalassian is way better because you don't need the hit. So all of that, those extra stats are worth even more than in Mana Tombs. So this is my current 2210. Now I have 5/5, so I have one free slot that I can swap anything out in. We're going to put Skulkers in here. And we're going to fill it with hit gems, because hit is the best value for money. 327, we don't need that much hit. We're just going with phase 2 gems here, by the way. 319, we don't need that much. We can go for this one. 315, there we go. 2210. Okay, it's like okay, it is like 1 DPS better now. I got Talon. I got Talon and Warp Spring Coil since the last time I checked. So they do, the stats will change other stats. So yeah, Skulkers is a couple of DPS better. Yeah. It was 10 DPS better before. The last time I checked it without Warp or Talon, it was less DPS. And now it's gone back up to ever so slightly more DPS. And I do have Skulkers in my bank. The only problem is I would need to buy a Ruby and a Noble Topaz. It's not really a problem. But then I have to swap between... I'd have 3 sets. I swap between this for Mana Tombs and Trash, and then swap back to Skulkers for bosses. And I always forget. Like, if you've been watching the stream for any amount of time, you'll know I die a lot because I forget to spec swap and gear swap. So it's not something that I'm really keen on doing. If it was over 5, between, you know, if it was 10 DPS more, I would just swap. But if it's only 1 or 2, but yeah, good shout. You're right. You're right. I had them there before because it was more, and then it was less, but now it's more again. So good shout. Good shout. Is it me or is the audio really low? It's much better. I just hear your voice though. Do you not hear any of the... You don't hear music? No DST? No, not yet. Not yet. Okay, what are we doing? We're going to Sholo, right? I learned so much from Simonize last time Wrath of the Lich King was up. I was using hybrid Fellstriker AoE spec because of him, and I was the best AoE class in our guild. We're the best AoE class in the game. People were astonished. How can Rogue be the best AoE class? I know. And the mages were so tilted. You know, mages couldn't mage. They were getting beaten by a rogue, and the salty tears were a thing of beauty. We made wine from them. We made wine from them, and we drank ourselves drunk. And it will be that way again, brother. The night is darkest just before the dawn. Everybody shits on rogue and TBC, but we have proven that we are an unbelievably profitable class, fun class. I mean, Nobody can do what we do. And nobody can do it like we do it. It's God, I love Rogue. It's so good. And it's coming. Wrath is going to be even better. Not only are we one of the best DPS classes in the game, we're a little bit in phase 1 and throughout, but mainly phase 1 and phase 2. I think we start to fall off toward Icecrown Citadel, but at the start of the game and through to the mid game, we are dominators. Unholy Death Knights will beat us, but if you know Rogue class well and somebody's like 5%, 10% less skills than you, you're going to be at the top of the meters. It's way closer than we are now in TBC. So we're really good DPS, single target DPS, one of the best, top tier, S tier. We're the best AoE DPS class in the game. We have access to the best gold farm in the game. Rogues we're coming up, we're coming out. I think we just go with what we have. We don't really need anything for... We don't really need anything. We're going to Sholo, for God's sake. But yeah, no DST, correct. Zane, how you doing, brother? Welcome back to the chat. Nice to see you again. We're going to Sholo Mance, and we're going to do a Sholo farm. Which PvE opener am I using? If I'm on expose armor duty, I like to shiv. You can either shiv twice or 2 or 3 times, because if your energy ticker, when the tank pulls and you get to target and you hit your first shiv, if your energy ticker was halfway to the end or more, then by the time you've gotten your second shiv off, you'll have enough energy to do a third shiv. But if it was at the start up to halfway, you do 2 shivs and you have to wait for the third one. So anyway, what I do is I'll basically shiv until I can't shiv no more, and then I'll hit my Thistle Tea and I'll shiv again, and I'll get to 5 combo points, and by that time I have my 5 deadly poisons up on the target, and then I immediately expose armor with obviously improved expose armor. I think we're just gonna run to Sholo. Then, if you're lucky, you'll get a Ruthlessness proc and you'll get 1 combo point back. That immediately goes into a Slice and Dice to get Slice and Dice up and running. Because when I'm exposing, I'm not worried about my own DPS. I want the expose up as soon as I can for the rest of my guild. So hopefully we get a Ruthlessness proc. If we don't get a Ruthlessness proc, then I will hit a quick Sinister Strike and then a Slice and Dice. Then I'll start pumping into Sinister Strikes to get 5 up to Rupture. And then, depending on how much time is left on my Expose Armor, if it's around 17, that's when you need to stop spending combo points on other things. However, if we're in a situation where we're bloodlusting on pull, which often happens, I'll shiv to 5 combo points. I'll hit my improved expose armor, and by that time bloodlust has usually been cold and it's up. Then I blade flurry, adrenaline rush, haste pot, and if I got a ruthlessness proc, I go straight into a slice and dice, and then I just go for the pump and try to get 5 combo points up to rupture, another 5 combo points up to eviscerate, another 5 combo. Then I'll refresh my slice and dice, or if I got ruthlessness from those, I'll just keep using the 1. Some fights for Void Reaver in my last in my last TK, which was a Wednesday night, I was pumping, I wasn't on expose, and the whole fight, every single 5-point rupture and eviscerate, I got 1 ruthlessness back. I only didn't get 1 back once, I think, or twice in the fight. So I gambled and I kept slicing dice up throughout the whole fight, almost without having to spend any additional combo points on that, and I could put them all into the finishers, which was really good. However, we still didn't get a great parse. We did improve, I think, by 1%, but we got a 99 parse on Alar, and we got a 99 parse on High King Mulgar after that. So we were happy with that. If I'm pumping and I'm not on exposed armor duty, well, for Void Reaver it's different because he can't be poisoned, so you're using your sharpening stone. But let's say we're on Gruul, for example. He's basically a target dummy, right? On Gruul, what I'll do is I'll pump Shiv again because I want to get my deadly poisons up as quick as possible, and Shiv is super cheap, and it gets you combo points up early, so you can just get a really fast start. And you can I'll either go for a 5 combo point rupture or a 5 combo point slice and dice, but it's generally a 5 combo point rupture because I like to gamble ruthlessness procs. That's what I like to do. Then once the rupture's up, it's all sinister strikes all the way. On Gruul, I will not save my Blade Flurry for Bloodlust after he slams. I immediately pop Blade Flurry and Haze Pot. And then after he slams, if you vanish it, great. If you don't vanish it, not so good. But then the Bloodlust comes. Then I'll pop Adrenaline Rush and pump that. Because by the time the fight's about to end, you get another Blade Flurry and another Haze Pot. And I haven't done like the math on it as such, but I do think that 2 Blade Flurries and 2 Haze Pots in one fight are definitely going to out DPS the DPS you get from saving that 1 Blade Flurry and Haze Pot into the Bloodlust window. I don't see how the Bloodlust window damage could ever beat the damage you get from 2 of those. It could, but I don't think so. So that's what I do on Gruul. But on Void Reaver, because I wouldn't. Shiv is amazing because I'll often Shiv even if I have 5 deadly poison ticks up on the target, because if you're exposing, it's amazing because if you're running low, let's say you've got 3 combo points and your exposed armor is going to run out in 5 seconds. If you Sinister Strike or waited to Sinister Strike, it would fall off. But you can double Shiv really quickly and get to 5 combo points, and then you can you can refresh your armor before it falls off, which is best to do. Forget about the fact that you're losing DPS on Sinister Strikes because you're using Shiv, and it doesn't matter because you've already got the deadlies up. You want to keep your expose up. And I'll even use it when I'm pumping. I'll use Shiv even if I'm at 5 stacks, just to get the 5 points up so that I can rupture and then get back to slice and dice, because that's going to fall off. Because a slice and dice is worth, it's either a little bit more or a little bit less than a haze pot. The amount of haze you get out of slice and dice is absolutely insane. So keeping that up at all times is a big prio for us. It's a huge amount of our damage. I'm doing good. I just decided how to start the Karazhan attune. Should I even worry about it or chill until phase 3? Well, if you get attuned to Karazhan, it'll be on your account for all characters. I don't know if you're going to make another character. If you want the mount, then you should do it. But I don't know, it's a good one to do anyway. It's an easy group to get into. There's some decent loot in there. You know, you can get the Spike Blade, the boots are still really good. And besides, who's going to take you into Black Temple with gear if you're not geared? You need to start gearing up. You need to start gearing up. Let me have a quick look at Discord just so I can go over the notes. Okay, jump down here, aim for the thing. Kill every necromancer in this room. Okay. I mean, let's just kill everything, right? Because they can drop greens and that's going to add more gold per hour. Oh, we got a dark rune straight away. 11 gold. Alright, sweet. We could vanish, but... we're not really taking any damage. Okay, we're taking a bit of damage, I suppose. PvP gear isn't enough for Black Temple. No. No, bro. PvP gear is enough for Karzhan. Arena gear, you could buy the season 1 arena gear. That would be enough for Karzhan, and it's probably enough for SSC and TK, but you know, you're kind of pushing it. But Black Temple, I mean, you could go in, you're just not going to do very good DPS, so you're going to be getting carried by other people. I think the only PvP gear that would be kind of acceptable in Black Temple would be season 2, full season 2 arena set. But even then, you're losing an awful lot of DPS because you've got a lot of defensive stats on it. What the hell? I forgot about that. Tricks of the Trade is ridiculously good. We can open with max pump every time. Yeah. I forgot about that. You usually put it on a warlock, I think. Or you can put it on the tank. But if the tank's already got like enough threat and you're trying to pump, you can put it on a warlock and you get to, or you can sell it to people. I mean, sell it. I mean, you know, people will love you for it because they're doing more DPS. So yeah, that's going to be an awful lot of fun. Sholo, what are we up to today? So my guild lead said that this farm is popping off at the minute. We're farming dark runes, and he said when the timing's right, it's kind of a volatile market, so it's not as stable and consistent as SV or MT or something like that. But he said when it's peaking, 400 to 500 gold per hour you can get. So we're coming in here to see what it's all about. I love to try a new farm, and I love farming kind of cakewalk old content, because I love these dungeons. Like the classic dungeons are the best dungeons in World of Warcraft. And the reason why is, and it might seem counterintuitive, and I'll probably make a video about this, you can get lost in them. All of the dungeons in TBC are ridiculously linear. They were designed in a very linear fashion so that they were easy to move through and you can't get lost. But in Classic, dungeons were organic. They were places where if you took a wrong turn, you could get lost. You mightn't find your way out. You might pull the wrong pack. You didn't know where to go. New people would be in a world of pain if they went into Classic dungeons on their own. They wouldn't have a clue, but anyone can walk into Mana Tombs and just follow the rooms to the end. And that's kind of stale design. And I understand why they did it, but it really takes a lot of the life out of the game, just in the dungeon context. So I love going back into old Classic dungeons. They're the best dungeons. Let me take a quick look. When there, kill every necromancer in here. All the humanoids in this will run away in fear. This is the hardest part. There's a patrolling adept, skelly, random that can chain the other pack on the left. Okay. We've done all that. Clear this room. Yeah. That was where I was logically headed. Bollocks. Another dark rune, nice. This isn't accurate, by the way, because I forgot to reset it after we did Mana Tombs. I'll reset it now, and then I'll reset it again when we go out and reset. I saw that someone mentioned Skulker from Kara. It's bits for phase 2, or I didn't hear what you said. It's an incredibly good item that can be regemmed as you need it. And yes, it can be bis in phase 2. It depends on your gear setup. If you have a spare slot in the legs and you don't need the set bonuses, it's better than Dark Mantle legs in certain setups. So I was getting, like, for example, a couple of weeks ago, when I simmed it, I was getting 10 DPS more using Skulkers than I was using the Dark Mantle. But then when I upgraded to Talon and I got Warp Spring Coil, and then I ran the sims again, I was getting a little bit less DPS, or around the same. And then when I just ran it again now, maybe it was the neck piece or amulet, or anyway, when you make gear changes, stats affect other stats and they scale your DPS in different ways. So an item can give you less or more DPS based on the other items you're wearing. And when I just simmed it there, it's simming about 2 to 3 DPS ahead, Skulkers, ahead of the SSC pants. However, I don't want to swap out and have different gear sets for boss and trash because I often forget to swap them. And it's a kind of a minor annoyance. Now, if it was 10 DPS, I would do that. But for only 2 or 3 DPS, then I'll just keep it stupid simple. And then again, I did go and hunt down every one of the epic heroic gems, which give about a half a DPS each compared to the gems you can buy. So if I'm willing to do that, then probably I should stick Skulkers on. The only problem is I'd have to buy a living ruby or spend money on a living ruby or craft one instead of sell it, and a glinting noble topaz, which is going to cost me about 170 gold for an extra 1 DPS. But I might do that. Like, I'll go to ridiculous lengths for DPS, so I may do that. I could do this a lot faster if I actually went for the summoner first. I don't want to have to just clean up all these lackeys that don't give me loot anyway. Dark rune, lovely. One sec, okay, clear that room, done. Clear this room, done. Once it's clear, go back up and reset. And then you can sell them if you've got the spectral essence. I think I deleted that. But I thought there was I think there's guys in here that can drop dark runes. It's summoners that drop them, isn't it? One sec. Dark rune. No, necromancers, he said. Dropped by necromancer, dark summoner, Elucia Barov, the Ravenian, instructor Militia, and lorekeeper Polkut. They'll all be on that second door. Let's check and see if we can, before we go out, let's check and see if we can actually lockpick the door. I don't think we can though, if I remember correctly. I don't think you can lockpick the door that gets you into the second half of the dungeon. You need to get the key from Rattlegore, but we can definitely solo Rattlegore. I don't want to use my Blade Fury in Adrenaline Rush now because we're gonna fight Rattlegore in a second. These guys have a poison aura, I think. Yeah, it's locked and you can't. It's red. Next time, buddy. get lost in Hellfire ramparts all the time. Exotech, how you doing, brother? For sure, vanilla dungeons were an adventure. After that, they became a racetrack. We never got another BRD. Yeah, exactly. BRD, I mean... Yeah, they're real. They're organic. They're like real places. TBC dungeons aren't. Is Achievement for Black Temple hard to complete? It's not that it's hard. It's that it's tedious. It takes a long time. But the only hard part really is doing Arcatraz. And that's not even that hard. But what's hard about that is finding a comp of people who know how to do it. You really need to get your guild to help you. You can risk it for a biscuit and try to pug it, but it's a miserable experience to pug because it's one of the most difficult heroic dungeons. Like especially that last fight in the last room. And yeah, you need to keep them alive. There's a lot of tricks you can use when the last boss spawns in. You can have a hunter snake trap. You can drop... I used this trinket when I was doing it. Barrow's Peasant Caller, this one. It calls forth 3 servants and they can be targeted with the mind control. So hunter drops snake trap. You can drop 3 of those guys. You can drop engineering things as well, any combat pets at all, and that just puts more targets on the field so that when he goes to mind control or mind flay something, he can mind flay one of those. So it keeps it's a way to mitigate incoming damage, make it smoother. So that worked well. But if you don't have those tricks, you really want to have a good comp set up for it. It's annoying. But other than that, it's just tedious. It starts in Shadowmoon Valley with a quest called Tablets of Barry. And that's easy and that quest lane along that, but you have to travel all over Shadowmoon. Like, it's a lot of different quests. Some of them you need a group for. And they're not hard in and of themselves, but finding a group. But there'll be a lot of people doing it now. That's the plus side. There'll be a lot of people doing it now. So you should be alright. New way to farm. It's a new farm. It's an old farm, a Dark Rune farm, but it's becoming more marketable now, I suppose. This guy can drop. So I think what we'll do actually is just sneak through and just burst him down and then vanish. My guild lead was running this farm and he said it's popping off again at the moment. It's like volatile. We got a Dark Rune, nice. So the price goes up and down like quite a lot, which means it's not consistent like the other farms we do. But he said 400 to 500 gold per hour he was getting there a couple of days ago and it was peaking, so we definitely want to check that out. So here we are. Lucia Barov, I think she's the one down in there. Let's see what Wowhead says. Necromancers, Dark Summoners, they're just the normal mobs. Yeah. Lucia Barov, the Ravenian, Instructor Malacia, and Lorekeeper. I think they're all down here in this room. That's Krastanov. I think this is Instructor or whatever her name is. Yeah. Bollocks. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, this is going to be annoying. I'm just going to vanish here. They're immune to physical. They can only be killed with magic damage. So I literally wouldn't be able to kill them. Ah, nice. Another dark rune. The Ravinian and Elucia Barov. The Ravinian is beneath us. I reckon these, once we get this fluid, these will be solid 12-minute runs. Ah, if there was ever a reason to go. Enchanting is best in TBC for DPS for rogues, all the way through the expansion. It's engineering and enchanting, those are the two bists. There's Elucia, right. Those are the two best DPS professions. And I've been contemplating switching to enchanting for a while, but I need to get my other 70 rogue into battlegrounds to farm the season 1 gear set. Actually, I just need the weapons really. And then he can do MT in Harp, and he already has the NG stuff for SV. And then I'll go enchanting. The only thing that's kind of pulling me back from enchanting is that it's about 10 to 15 DPS increase from the ring enchants. And if I take them, I don't want to have to go dual crafting in phase 5 whenever it is. Another dark rune, alright, cool. It's like, how much DPS do I gain from the 2 dual crafting items in phase 5? They're underneath BIS, but look at this. I mean, we're at the end of phase 2 and I'm still wearing Belt of Deep Shadow, so getting the neck and ring that replace those 2 items might be a challenge. So do I want to stick with enchanting? The quality of life from enchanting would be amazing because I wouldn't have to send the stuff over to my alt. I could just disenchant it on McBacon. I'd probably still send the enchanting mats over to him anyway. But in farms like this, when you get these BOEs, we could disenchant these and then this farm would be worth even more. So there's kind of pros and cons to both sides. And if I went enchanting now, I'd have that 10 or 15 DPS, which is the same. Most of the items that you upgrade, I was doing the Sims today, recording for the video. The neck, going from this up to the next neck is 10 DPS, 10 to 15 DPS. The cape is 10 DPS. The bracers are about 10 DPS for the lower tier ones, and the absolute BIS are about 15 DPS. The rings are both about 10 DPS. So 10 DPS isn't to be laughed at, you know? If you can get 10 or 15 DPS out of the ring enchants, that's like an extra phase 3 upgrade. Acolytes, neophytes, it's summoners and necromancers. Yeah, no, these are all... Okay, how many dark runes do we get? 7. Let me just go and see if I can restore the spectral essence. Unless I didn't do the quests. If I didn't do the quests, I'll just do them now. hope I didn't. It'd be fun to do the quest, but I'm pretty sure I did. Oh. Oh, yeah, baby. We love it. We love it. Just give me the thing that I need. I need this thing. Talk to me. There you go. I love it. Now we can sell at the blacksmith. We do need to equip it though. Sometimes you just get what you need, guys. That was the thing of beauty. And sell a mic oil. Could you imagine? I think we'll hang on to those. We'll hang on to the cloth as well. And we'll send the healing pots over to my boy. My boy Sione. Okay, let's finish up and go again. Clearly this is a solo farm you need gear for. Not so, we're level 70, dude. You could easily do this in pre-raid gear. This is not an issue. I haven't even been close to dying. I mean, if you would need less gear to do this than you would to do mana tombs. And you can do mana tombs in PvP gear and PvP weapons. Like, you know, and probably not even the season 1 arena weapons. You could probably just get the level 60 blue weapons and you could still do MT. It'd be more of a challenge, but no, you don't need gear for this. This is easy. It's just a question of how much gold is it, and it's not going to be better than Steamvault, but it's just about having fun and doing new farms, right? Let's see what our lockouts are looking like. Okay, that's good. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to pop outside for a minute. I'll be back in 2. We'll do a fresh run. See if we can get it down in under 12 minutes. And see how much we get out of it. I mean, we got 75 gold out of that run. And then we just sold a load of stuff. So we're probably looking at, like, classic stuff doesn't sell that much to the vendor. But let's just assume for a second that we got, let's say, 85 gold out of that. Multiply that by 5. That's 425 gold, bro. 425 gold. That's better than SV. We're at 381 gold in SV. This is insane. This is insane. Okay, I'll be back, and we're gonna do 5 lockouts. I'm gonna see what this farm is worth. All right, I'm like genuinely pumped now to see how much gold we're going to make in this hour. It's going to be sick. Of course we didn't reset. Oh, but I missed the necromancer. Oh. Nice. Totally worth it. Totally worth not resetting. What would you do if you dinged a rogue right now? I would go straight into SV and I would start farming. Because you can make almost as much money on a freshly dinged rogue. And because I know how to do the pulls without engineering, I could get just as much money now. I don't think my rogue will ever be attuned to BT. No one invites rogues to heroics. Make your own. Make your own. That's how you do it. That's how I did it. As an enhanced shaman, I'm just sticking with engineering and dual crafting. Yeah, solid, 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 solid. They're going to be Biss and Wrath anyway, so you don't have anything to worry about. I know leatherworking is tech Biss for it, but I'm not worrying about it. For shamans, for the extra bloodlust, I asked my guild, I was like, do you want me to go leatherworking for the drums? And they were like, honestly, we have enough. We always have a bloodlust ready for every fight that we need it, so you don't have to. So for rogues, for leatherworking isn't Biss if you have bloodlust and so on. Jafer, right, because you're Shami, right? I don't know Shami. Up to level 7 on my way, yes. Lone Star, come on, baby, come on. And you'll be a better rogue. You'll do more DPS than I would if we had the exact same rotation, exact same gear, because you have berserking. I just love undead. Like the two rogues I always play are actually the worst rogues to play for PV DPS. I play Night Elf, female, and I play undead, but I don't care. Also, there's a bit of a flex because if you parse 99 on an undead or on a Night Elf, it's a bit of a laugh in the face of the trolls and the orcs and the humans, because you're doing it without their advantage. Oh, I don't have poisons on. Okay. Yeah, testing the Sholo Gold. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ah, he enraged. One of them enraged. I should kill that guy first then. Testing Sholo Gold farm, I am. Oh, you. Okay, 12 seconds left on my healing pot, so we should be able to get out of this. He's in rage now though. Nice. 3,423 eviscerate crit. That's harp spec. That's this right here. 10% extra attack power. That would have been a 3k crit in combat. It's pretty banger. Let's get those poisons up. Yes, testing the Sholo gold farm. So we made about 80 to 85 gold in the last run. The first run. Multiply that by 5. That's 400 to 425 gold in one run. That's pretty impressive. Awesome. Rogue Sholo Video Inc. Yes, brother. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill the cam, guys. Will I? Oh, I've got hair again. Look. Wait, that was bringing me back for a second. Where's my hair gone? I had a lovely... There it is. Look at that. Bro. I'm so back. Oh, it's gone again. Cry myself to sleep later. Leatherworking does help. You gear up faster when you hit 70. Sure, but in terms of... I don't know, for me anyway, I'm always looking at endgame DPS. Gear isn't that hard to get. It's about how much DPS can I do on a boss in a raid. Looking for those pink parses. But you're right, it does help you gear up. But then, if you don't need drums, you're just sad then afterwards because everyone else is throwing bombs in raid or enchanting their rings to get an extra 10 DPS. And you're just sitting there with outdated gear that you're replacing from the raid anyway. A Blood Elf Rogue, that's interesting. That's like people rolling a Night Elf Rogue, not Blood Elf. Rolling a Tauren Hunter, yeah. Is this Night Slayer? No, I'm on Thunderstrike EO, brother. Are you killing all the mobs? No, I'm only killing the mobs that give dark runes, which are the summoners and the necromancers. And there's 4 bosses that can drop dark runes as well, but they're all in the second, like the big boss room at the end. And you need to kill this guy to get the key. As a rogue, you can't actually pickpocket it. Don't want to pull that guy as well. These guys can slap, as we just saw. Adept Necromancer. Alright, well, that's that. I thought it was a dark room for a sec. Hey, Dark Rune. We really don't mind casters at this level. They still slow me and get a few hits in, but we're just resisting almost everything. Oh, we're at 16 minutes already, okay. We'll have to do some kind of math and figure out if, you know, a 20-minute run killing everything. Oh, look at that. It's such a nice weapon model. It's a shame it's not on more weapons. Like, who wouldn't want to have a two-hander that looked like that? It's sick. Yeah, we'll have to figure out if a 20-minute if a 20-minute farm is worth more when you break it down into, if you break it down by 4 minutes, there's 5 of them in 20 and there's 3 of them in 12. So after 20 minutes, we'll look at the gold, we'll divide it by 5. And then after a 12-minute run, we'll see what we can get in 12 minutes. It will depend on if it's smarter to go for kill him and kill the 4 bosses if they guarantee the drop, or to just kill these guys, or to do both. Like, let's say we got 75 gold in 12 minutes. That's 4 into 12 goes 3 times. That would be 25 gold per 4 minutes. But if we did the whole run in 20 and we ended up getting over 125 gold, then it would be more gold per hour to do the 20-minute run. Well, we can kind of figure it out now, can't we? Because the 4 guys at the end will give a frozen rune that's worth 40 gold. You'll get a few, and we need it to be over 50 gold. Because to go from 75 to 125 is 50. So we would need it to be over 50 gold you get from the last 4 bosses. Which, if we had enchanting, would probably actually would be base. Another reason to go enchanting. thought that was Necromancer, but it's a Necrolite. Oh. I thought about the title for the video, YOLOmance. That's it. YOLOmance dash 450 gold per hour, question mark, question mark. I wonder if we can just open the door without pulling them. Oh, we can. Lovely. No, we can't. It's too good to be true. He's going to get back up again. Isn't he? Yeah. Of course he's when I bandage. Am I killing all the mobs? No, just summoners, necromancers, and the 4 bosses. I think I answered that already. Gonna go Tailor NG for Base Wrath and can get a drop of passive gold from Spellfire Cloth every 4 days. That's solid as well. I went tailoring with my rogue the last time around because it was just so easy to well, you get Northrend cloth scavenging from tailoring, so you get more Frostweave, is it? From mobs in the world anyway, so it's a nice extra bit of gold as well, just from your dailies and stuff like that. And it was just so easy to level tailoring. It was so cheap because, you know, with all the mages farming Silk Cloth in Scarlet Monastery, Mage Weave in Zul'Farrak, Rune Cloth in wherever. Rune Cloth is like really cheap anyway. And then, you know, DKs and Paladins farming in Ramparts and Botanica and whatever. All the way up the cloth is cheap. So it's just a really easy, cheap one to get in. And I was pretty broke, I think, the last time I started Wrath, so I went tailoring. Because you get a 400 attack power cloak weave, which is really nice. And jewel crafting is very, very expensive to level. But this time around, obviously, I'm not going to have any money problems. Okay, so they pretty much guarantee a Dark Rune, I think, the bosses. Because we got one off each of them last time. It's kind of annoying that we have to wait to kill him though, because if we don't, he's just going to run up and pull everything else. I suppose we could just vanish though. Is that doing damage over time? It is. That's annoying. Ah, we'll just run through and vanish anyway. Yolomance is an amazing name, not gonna lie. Yes, brother. I know this is a dumb question, but is there a way to buy a spot and raids with gold, or is that against TOS? It's not a dumb question. There are plenty of organized raids where you can buy DST. I was considering doing this. 15, some people came on stream and this is a couple of months ago, they had paid 15k for a DST, which to us isn't really that hard to farm. I mean, it'll take you about a week and a half if you're farming as much as I am. But, you know, for a DST, like, yes, please. But, so you need to go on Discords and ask around for your server, but it won't take you long to figure it out. There'll be certain guilds or raid leads who will hard reserve DST specifically to sell it. So you can just say, hey, I'm a DST seller, and then you can prove that you have the gold to buy it, and then you'll get invited into the raid, and it doesn't matter what gear you have. But gear isn't that hard to get, to be honest, dude. Just go into battlegrounds and farm them. Buy yourself the season 1 arena weapons, which you can now buy with honor, and just buy yourself the blue PvP set, which you should be able to buy even without honor, because if you're honored with Thralmar, Cenarian Expedition, Shatar, and the Outland factions, you can go to the Quartermaster and buy it there, as well as buying it with honor. So get yourself the full PvP set. Buy the fell leather boots, and get the 2 season 1 arena weapons with honor, and that's plenty for Gruul, Kara, Maggie. That's sound. You can do that, no problem. You can probably even go into SSCTK, then farm some heroics, get the Bloodlust brooch, get yourself DST, and you're fine. Speaking on getting your account flagged, yeah, true enough. There is a risk with it. If you do that and you go into SV and you get flagged and they look at your account and they see that you've done that, you might get banned. I don't think you get perma banned for that, but you might get a 10-day ban. You'll get perma banned for selling gold 100%, and you'll get perma banned for account sharing. Okay, we've been in here for half an hour, so this is not a quick farm. So I think Shraktar, my guild lead, had it right the way he was doing it. We did him, we did her, we did him, and we go out. 94 gold per hour. Yeah, that's not great. The last run we got 75 gold, so it's heavily RNG. With SV and MT, with SV you bottom out at 300 gold. If you get all the mines and you get all the chests, but you don't get any gems, and you get very bad scrolls, and you don't get many mana potions, you just get the green items that you can disenchant. The bottom of your gold per hour is 300. In SV, the bottom of your gold per hour is about 275. But you almost never hit that, because you almost always get a few blues, scroll of Agi 5, scroll of Strength 5. You know, doing 5 lockouts and not seeing like at least 1 or 2 of those is very rare. So you always break 300 in mana tombs generally. almost always, probably 19 out of 20 runs. And in SV, you're usually always breaking 320. I'm out of bandages. I mean, you have to be very subtle on your game comms. It's very risky. Yeah, he's right. He's right. Like Blizzard banned GDKP and that kind of stuff for a reason. But loads of people do it, so I'm not sure how much they enforce it, but you don't want to take the risk. By the way, for Harpspec, do I have to have a working macro for Hemo and Riposte? It doesn't work anymore because it's now on the global cooldown. It was off the global cooldown before, so that you could macro it into Sinister Strike and Hemo, which was so nice because you just spam your Hemo and your Sinister Strike, and when Riposte is up, you usually always will tick up and have enough. You'll always have 10 energy on a tick, but you often won't get back to 35, so you'll always hit your Riposte when it was macroed, but that doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so that's why I have it on up here. I have it up here beside Eviscerate because it's basically like a finisher, right? Okay, let's just go in. We're not going to do the bosses this time. We're going to see if we can do a 12-minute run. And just kill the 2 rooms and reset. Does the trade happen after I get my DST? They're not going to give you DST and you not give them gold. You trade the gold and then you get the DST, I'm pretty sure. Because otherwise they'll give it to you and not everyone, but there's plenty of people out there who'll just bail and not pay for it. I don't think they're going to take the risk. Is that what you're planning on doing? Why would you ask such a question if you weren't flirting with that notion? Oh no, we've done 3 runs in 34 minutes. So we are at about 12 minutes a run. Okay. No, we haven't. We reset it. We've done 2 runs. No, we've done 1 run. Because we reset it after the first one. We just did the second one and we just started the third one. Nobody would do that. What are they going to do? Ticket somebody didn't pay for the raid item I was trying to sell them. Exactly. Maybe they quit the raid. No, you trade window it, right? I imagine. You're trying to protect yourself from getting scammed. Yeah, I don't know how it would work. I've never done it, but that's something you would discuss with the people who organize it. And probably do a bit of research on the blacklist for your server as well. You don't want to end up walking into... Oh, I can make rune cloth bandages. I can make netherweave as well. Have a look on the blacklist for your server. Get the name of the guy who's organizing it. You know, ask him, are you the one that's going to be in raid trading it to me? You know, and then check his name against blacklists and do a little bit of research to see that it's reputable. But I mean, I can't see somebody putting 25-man raids together who would be scamming people and would be able to do that for, you know, consistently every week without it becoming kind of common knowledge. You'd hear people in Chatra, this person scammed me out of DST, yada, yada, yada. It would be a very short-term strategy. So I doubt that would happen. Plus, it's consistent 15,000 gold a week for the person selling DST, so why would they scam someone? 15k gold for an hour's work? It's not bad, like. We'll make close to 15k gold, but I've had to farm for like 6 hours a day, 5 hours a day in 1 week. Such are the risks of doing something like that. Exactly. Exactly. I've been in a position to be able to do that for a while. But I go in with my guild every week and I want to parse as well. You know, I want to parse. High King Mulgar is such a fun fight to parse. Because at this stage you can just... Our last fight lasted 25 seconds. That means you almost have Blade Flurry and Adrenaline Rush up for the entire fight, which is just the most fun pump ever. And if everything hits and everything crits and everything procs, you get insane god tier parses. My last High King Mulgar I did on Wednesday night, I did 4k DPS. And you're not going to be able to get that kind of a pump in a pug. But you want to be with your people. What did he say we were going to do? Maybe just skip. Another major spirit. We don't mind major healing pots actually, they're good. We can just eat those or drink those in here. 48 minutes and 53 seconds. That's 12 minutes exactly. But it's very RNG. It's very RNG. If you don't get dark runes, it's the bottom is very, very low compared to MT or SV. But if you get lucky, it's a nice payday and it's a super easy farm. yes, thank you for reminding me. I need to level the Wrath character. What time is it? Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. I'm supposed to be... Oh, I need to check my phone actually. I have a dentist appointment at 9 a.m. It's half an hour away. So I tried to organize a taxi earlier on. So I send him, I use Google Translate and I translate the into Chinese. I send it to him. He sends me a Chinese message back and then I use Google Translate to... Actually, not Google Translate. I use an app, but... The other option is, okay, I think I'm going to do this instead. So there's a time conflict. He's going to pick somebody else up and it's going to be too late for me to get my... appointment. There's a Kung Fu competition on tomorrow. Loads of the people from the school are going and competing in it. I have a dental appointment and I'm not competing because I've only been here for a week and you have to pay for it and I want to stream and do work and stuff like that. So I'm not going to go, but there's people leaving at 7 in the morning. So and that's in 6 hours. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stay up all night, go in at 7 with the gang. There's an underground spa beside the KFC. You on the street, you just walk down these steps and then there's this really nice like underground building. It's got one hot spring, like a hot tub, like a big square, it's like a mini swimming pool that you sit in, and they've got a huge screen that covers the whole wall, and they have any movie you want on it in English, and you can ask them to put on a movie and they'll put it on for you. You can smoke in there, you can smoke cigars, cigarettes, whatever you want. You can drink beer, and they've got little like pods that you can go and sleep in if you want. It's like a place for people to just come and chill and do whatever they want while, you know, the wife's doing the shopping or the kids are out or the husband's working or whatever. They've got something for everyone. They've got like food, like it's all underground. It's such a cool little spot. So I think what I'll do is I'll just stay up all night, farm the shit out of the game, and then I'll get the bus in at 7 because there's people leaving for the competition would start. They need to be there at 8. So they're leaving here at 7. So I'll head out, meet them, leave at 7, go down to the spa, sleep for 3 hours, 2.5 hours, get a KFC, then go into the dentist. That's the plan. That's the plan. We're living high on the hog over here in China. but not a bad little farm now. I mean, super RNG. Nice to come back into show low. I would say you could easily do it to get the money to buy the engineering stuff that you need to do SV, but you can just go into SV to get the money for the engineering stuff you need for SV, so. But I think I will actually, I think I'll start leveling that Wrath Rogue, actually. Since we've got 6 hours to burn. But I do want to get to 1,000 haze pots. So let's buy the last. We should be able to get to 1,000 now with the money we have. Oh, we're gonna run out of bag space. That's a lot of loot. That's a lot of loot. Huh? I just sent him Petrovich a letter with A and no money in it. No, like Wrath hasn't released yet, but the private server, you can go on private server, right? And I downloaded the private server the last day and started a rogue, and I have a level 1 rogue there. So I want to level on the private server now and get all the bits and bobs I need to do the farm, and then record the farm and make the video before Wrath comes out, so that in the pre-patch I can launch the video and it'll have the most hype and it'll be ready before release, you get me? And I can also theory craft and try out other shenanigans. Just getting ahead of the game, you know? Just trying to think of the best content I can create. Alright, let's do some disenchanting first anyway. First things first, let's get our swag. Yeah, man. I think I'll keep streaming. I know that it's not the most exciting content, leveling a rogue. A lot of people will probably drop off. But if I'm leveling anyway, might as well just keep streaming and chat the chat. Ooh, I might be able to get boosted actually. If I find a booster who has a character here, I could trade them Thunderstrike gold for private server Wrath. Boost, although it might be nice to have the full leveling route. So I could chop it up and turn it into some content as well. That's always an option. Holy moly. Is boosting legal now? No, the Wrath is private server. The Wrath that I'm going to play now. Like, there's no legal, or rather official Blizzard Wrath server live now. It's called Warmain. And it's a Wrath server that's been running for a long time. So it's a private server. But it allows me to access Wrath and record content before Wrath hits, so that's very, very advantageous. Ah, yes, haze pots. If they're under 1550, I'll buy. Fuck it. I'm buying them anyway. How many do I need? 23. 10, 15, 20. Well, I need 23. And then I want probably 30 for next raid. So 53. How many have I bought so far? 20. So I need 33 more. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and 3. Yeah. Love that. Love that. Okay, I thought you were going to make another car for Wrath Anniversary. Yeah, no. I've got my 2 rogues already. We're all good. That's something I need to do, actually. I want to farm honor with my rogue. What's the best... Oh, look at the dark runes are selling. Those are 2 stacks as well. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. That's it. They're all sold. What's the best battleground to farm honor in TBC? If anyone knows, let me know. Why do you want 1k haste pots? I want as many haste pots as I can get. Haste pots are something that continue to go up in price, like a lot of things, throughout the expansion. And it's always been that way. Classic TBC, OG vanilla TBC, classic TBC from a few years ago, and this TBC. It's the best consumable for the entire expansion, and as the economy increases and inflates, so too does the price of haste potions. So if I have 1,000 haste potions now, which I bought almost all of them at about 15 gold 50, that's worth 15,500 gold. But when they go to 25 gold, that's worth like whatever, 27,000. So I make 12,000 gold, which turns, I liquidate all the assets from the gold farming I do, and I put them into haste pots now, so that in just before Wrath I can sell them all and like not double my money, but close to double my money right before Wrath. And then I can take all that money and I can use that to buy all of the undervalued assets that come on to the auction house at the start of Wrath, like titanium or the ores, because as people level from 70 to 80, and this happened in TBC, I saw it happen, everybody's leveling their mining, but everybody's rushing to level, so they're not focusing on professions, and they want to sell it so they have more money to get flying mounts and stuff like that. So basically the market gets flooded with a load of ores and other assets that nobody's really using, so they're not buying. So the price is like half of what it will be like 2 weeks later. So then you take that, whatever it is, 25,000 gold, and you use it to buy all of the undervalued assets in the first week. And then 2 weeks later, when the price doubles, you sell it and you get to 50,000 gold, and so on. When Wrath launches, like, I'm going to have my rogue. It's going to be a raiding rogue. And I'm also going to have an unholy DK as a raiding unholy DK. So I need to buy 2 Dark Moon card greatness. And I need to buy all of the pre-raid bis BOE items that can be bought in the world. And I need to level multiple professions, and that all costs thousands and thousands of gold. So getting 2 characters into pre-raid bis, fully enchanted, fully stacked with all the gear, gemmed with all the best gems, so that I can parse absolutely like insanely straight out of the gate and maintain that's like my PvE goal. And it makes for good content, so it's all part of the plan. So you're investing? Yeah, I am investing 100%. I'm playing the long game. Ah. Okay. Eye of the Storm is best for honor last time I checked. Cool. Nice one. I'll go to Eye of the Storm then. On Dream Scythe, I got about 1k Elixir of Demon Slaying. Hoping they'll go up a lot in the next phase. They definitely will. They definitely will. I have 167. That's just my personal. I bought all of these at about 5 gold. Sometimes they were 450, sometimes they were 550, and they've already jumped up to almost 750. So if the average I bought them at was 5 and they're at 729 last scan, they're probably up to 750 now. That they've already increased by 50%. So if you got 1,000 of them and your server has a similar inflation, then you're already making plenty of money, brother. Anyone know where you can buy the I got them for 4.25 each. They seem to be going for 6 gold already, hoping to sell them at 8 to 10. Yeah. Wait, sell them. Sell them exactly. Sell them at good prices. I forgot my Hearthstone was set here. I thought I was going to end up in Shadra. I just teleported like 10 meters behind me. Ah, that was funny. Does anyone know where I can buy the PvP Season 1 swords with honor? Do I have to go to Orgrimmar or can you buy them in Shatra? Inquiring Rogue wants to know. No, the Season 1, yeah. Area 52. Honors Org. It's just in Org. The arena is in Area 52. I'm not sure they're available for honor yet. No. The Season 1, not the Season 2, the Season 1. I just want to get the Season 1 swords. I can't really farm. I can farm Manitum with double daggers, but it's a pain in the arse. So I just want to get the Season 1 swords. Because I have, this is all fine. I have my meta gem, Helm of the Claw's fine, Braided's fine. You know, all of these are, this is pre-raid bis gear basically. So I'm just looking for, those boots are really good, as are the hands. And obviously that's amazing. And this is a decent ring. Spine Sever's great. I have the 50 attack power trinket and the Blade Fist breath, so I just need the 2 Season 1 swords and I can then respec to enchanting on McBacon and I can farm, turn him into my farmer and do SV. He's already got the belt, the Gnomish cloaking device and the boots, so he's all good. Got everything I need. No, you can definitely get Season 1 with honor, right? Oh, I forgot I don't have epic flying on this guy. That we will have to remedy. Let's go to Orgrimmar then and have a look. Let's just Google it. Oh, maybe you're right. I thought that you could buy. If you want season 1 arena weapons, you still need arena points. See. I see. Well, let's go to Area 52 then. Do we have the trinket on this character? No. Okay, well if I can't get the season 1 arena weapons with honor now, then I'm not going to farm honor with this character. I'll just wait. And I'll start the Wrath Rogue. Actually, that's going to be fun. We'll get to level 30. And we'll be able to solo Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. What am I doing? Anyone know how I can revert this back to... Is that a Leatrix Plus? I don't think so. Rogue Solo, Scarlet Monastery Graveyard. What does this take? It's a beloved farm of mine. It's basically a really nice farm to do on a fresh server. You sneak into Scarlet Monastery Graveyard, you go up into the courtyard. There's non-elite ghosts there in packs of 3. You can blade flurry them down, kill them. There's a chest on the left that you can open. There's a chest on the right that you can open. It's going to be one of those, not both. There's a chest down in the crypt, and depending on the mob packs that are around it, you can get that one as well. Those are the 3 possible spawn locations of that second chest. You can kill the 3 rare spawns solo, and the chests drop greens and blues, obviously, and some of the greens and blues are really good. And you can sell those. And while you're doing all of this, you're getting experience, and you get a lot of experience because you're killing elites. Well, it's not like a huge amount of experience. It's not as fast as dungeon farming, but the thing that is cool about it is that by the time you get to 40 or into the late 30s, you've got like a lot of gold, and you can just buy your mount like pretty quickly, especially if you get some of the better items. So it's a really fun farm. It's a ghetto Hearthstone macro. If you have used up your Hearthstone and you need to do auction house stuff, always go to Orgrimmar. Because it has a dungeon in it. And you can go inside, click this macro, and always teleport back to Bollocks and Punches Aberdeen. Actually, Aberdeen is good. It's closer to Area 52. Yes, K-Pack, you're dead right. But I'm not going to be doing that on this car. This character, I just want to get weapons that are good enough to farm mana tombs so I can turn him into my main farming character. He has almost everything he needs for SV. He has the cloaking device, the charm of alacrity. I mean, you don't really need Morrow's pocket watch. It's just overkill, but he's more than good enough. Okay, this is strange. I'm in a group. And I'm the leader. Is that because I have layer turned on? Ah, yeah, it's because I have layer turned on. Auto layer. Haven't done that in a while. Yeah, I just want to get him, yeah, good enough to be my gold farmer. Ha! I can't get to Area 52 because I haven't. Okay, Area 52 arena vendor. Ah, you're right, dude. That was 3 months ago though, so it might have been updated. One sec. Okay. Okay. That's a 9. That's a big 9 in terms of the gear. Let's go and do a Manitombs run with daggers just to see. I would need to oh no, I'm in harp, haven't I? Yes, I am. And I went for improved gouge so that I can get a longer bandage, which is smart on this character because he's lower geared and I'm going to take a lot more damage. And instead of sword spec, I have dagger spec. All right, let's go and see if let's run a MT with this pre-raid bis character. I will use the belt. 4000 shield is really going to help me on the packs with the dark casters. And the boots are 80 attack power. I don't need the hit from these ones, but they do have the minor speed on them. I don't need any of that hit because I'm 70 and they're 64. It's 36 attack power and 17 crit versus 80. So I think these are actually better. The only problem is they don't have the minor speed. A little minor speed boost, but whatever. It's Manitombs. We're still going to be doing it in under an hour. Flat 50 AP is nice. Blade Fist's Breath. Let's macro that. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Okay, I've got full combat daggers with exposed armor. And harp. That's fine. Actually, it could be nice to have 2 night blades with harp because as well as the effect stacks up to 10 times. It doesn't proc that often though. That's the only problem. I remember trying it before and you rarely get stacks up if I remember correctly. Clef 2. Okay, we're gonna need every little trick that we can get here. So prep goes here. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. What I might do is change that around. makes more sense. Yeah. I'll put bandage there, bandage here, heal. Let's just go without any healing pots or thistle tea or anything. Just go for one run and see how challenging it is in this gear. Nice. For MT, yeah, season 1 weapons are good enough. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I would like to buy a Blink Strike as well. I mean, they just go down in price more and more, and I love Blink Strike. I really fell in love with that weapon this time around. I got two. I'll say two actually, because two that I can very succinctly remember. God tier procs. I mean, you know, you always see Sword Spec, Wind Fury, and then you'll see the three of them, and then you'll see 2 of one and one of each of the other for 4 and a 5. Like, you know, 1 or 2 is kind of okay, fine. You know, 3 of them, it's nice. You know, 4 and 5, it's like, whoa, that's really nice when they all just cluster together. But twice I remember just like 7, 8, 9 of them, just my whole screen filled up with yellow text, and it was just like a god tier, a god proc, like Prockenheimer, like the Apocalypse. It was insane. And you know, Wind Fury hits Blink, and Blink procs Sword Spec, and then they proc off each other, and then your offhand obviously hits sometime in that, and that procs one of them, and it procs off each, and you just get this insane yellow wall of text on your screen. And in that moment, I don't know how much damage you've done, but in that split second, you've never done as much damage. You couldn't do as much damage even if you were like phase 3 bis, just swinging your sword. It's just absolutely insane to see it. So I love Blink for that kind of casino. Have you got arena points for it? No, but they become available for Honor in Season 3. So you just have to stack Honor, and then you can buy the Season 1 weapons for Honor. Just do 10 YOLO runs and 10 more next week, and you have the S1 weapon. No, Honor. The S2 weapon is for arena points in Season 3. I'm gonna probably do that, almost certainly do that on my main, on Bacon. Yeah, Unholy is unbelievable. But the shit you can do with a Blood Elf, you can go into Black Temple and you can kill Supremus as a Blood DK solo. And it's like, it's either 400 gold or 250 gold, he just drops. So you just go in and you solo Supremus as a level 80 DK, Blood DK. If you want a quick and easy, I can't remember what it is, I think it's like 400 gold. It's so good. Okay, I'll be right back and then we'll do a Mana Tombs, a pre-raid bis dagger geared Mana Tombs rogue in Harp. We'll see how we go. All right, let's see how we can do in mana tombs. I'm gonna have to use Adrenaline Rush on both packs or both chests because my gear is so bad. $139. Maybe I do need the hit. It's a worm chest. Nice. It's a nice easy chest to start. Oh, look at that. 2 instant poisons ready to go. No. Do I have any? I don't even have any bandages. I will just vanish. I need to get this sorted out. I don't know what add-on is doing that. Would have preferred some healing potions this time around. The rare occurrence when I would have preferred to get healers. We'll do this one without Adrenaline Rush. And then we'll just vanish. Not too bad, actually. You know what? Not too bad. Better than I expected. Maybe we will take the hit because 100 187's alright. Good day training today, DPS Jim. I didn't train at all. I have weak stomach, getting used to the bacteria of the country. I have an injured tendon and I'm just I gave myself this week, bollocks. I gave myself this week to rest and recover. Yeah, I'm dead here. To rest and recover. And also it's going to rain tomorrow and it's been 30 degrees outside, so it's been 33, 34 in my room, in everyone's room. Nobody can sleep. And they told us this week, if you're finding it hard to sleep because of there's no AC in any of the rooms either. And it's the biggest heat wave this region's had in more than 10 years. It's 5 degrees hotter than it normally is. So they said, look, it's super hot, there's no AC. You don't have to train if you don't want to. And I don't want to absolutely break myself in the first week. So took it easy today. Took it easy for a few days this week. Smart move. Acclimate and recover, then get into it. Exactly. And I just got my nicotine patches today. So I slapped them on. Now I have smoked a few cigarettes today, but definitely not as many as yesterday. So we're easing off those as well. Monday we're just going to smash back into the training proper. Is the MT farm only viable with gathering professions? Mining is a big part of the money. Mining is probably, it's like half of the gold per hour, give or take. It's like 50% of the gold per hour, give or take 40 to 50%, I would say. So it's a lot. Herbalism is worth nothing, peanuts in here. I wouldn't even bother with herbalism, but you want mining and then you want to open the chests. That's it. And I have engineering on this character as well, up to 335, so I can use the belt and the boots. Because I need those for SV. So I'm going to transition this guy into my main farming character. I just need 2 decent main hand weapons. I've been using Night Blades, and they're okay, but I want to get either Season 1 arena weapons next phase or buy myself a Blink Strike and get Latros. Double Latros would be fine as well. Double Latros is actually really good for harp spec. Because if you get 2 Latros, I know I mentioned this yesterday, but there's probably a lot of people in the chat who didn't hear it. If you get double Latros, Latros Shifting Sword. See there, it says Latros Dancing Sword for the set. Latros Dancing Blade, that's a blade that drops in Magister's Terrace, which doesn't come out until phase 5. However, if you have 2 Latros equipped, it actually procs the 2 set and you get an extra 30 attack power. And with Hemo, you don't really need a big heavy hitting main hand weapon in the same way that you do with Sinister Strike, because the speed of your main hand will scale the amount of damage that you do, because Hemo puts an increases the physical damage dealt to the target by 13. So you're hitting more often and then you're hitting for an extra 13. And with the 2 Latros, then you get the extra 30 attack power. So double Latros is also very viable if you're running harp spec. Let's not pull those again. The danger here is that I don't kill fast enough. So I got another one, but watch this. I'm going to pop the belt. And look, it's absorbing the Shadow Word Pain, the belt. So it absorbs magic damage as well. That's why the belt is going to be really useful for Mother Shiraz if you want to parse, because you don't have to go the unless it backfires and increases the amount of damage you take. That's not a good thing to have happen in Shiraz. But yeah, the trick with Mother Shiraz, once you're comfortable with the fight and you can get her down without, you know, an indecent order. The first time, if you get tellied by her the first time, you have your rocket boots, you have Cloak of Shadows, and you have Pendant of Shadow's End, which is a jewel crafting neck that gives you 30 shadow res, and when you use it, it absorbs something like 1,900 to 2,400 shadow damage. It's like random, kind of like health pots. So what happens is you macro all three of those together. If you get tellied by her, you pop your macro and it pops the absorb and it pops your Cloak of Shadows, which doesn't remove the chains debuff, but it mitigates the incoming shadow damage. So with Cloak and the Pendant, you take a lot less damage. And then with the boots, you just burst your boots in a certain direction away from the other two guys, and you get away from them really quick and you break the chains. So then you can have the rest of your gear as full DPS gear, and you can just absolutely go ham on a parse. If you get unlucky and you get telly the second time, then instead of boots you use sprint. Instead of Pendant of Shadow's End, you use the belt to absorb damage, and you'll probably have, maybe hopefully have Cloak up, because it's only a 1 minute cooldown, so you can use that again. And even if you don't, you can just pop a macro in a shadow protection potion that absorbs shadow damage. So you have two macro sets for both tellies, and then you can keep the rest of your gear as full parsing gear and do big damage. That's the Mother Shiraz trick if you're a rogue, especially because we have Cloak and Sprint for backups. So I need to run it by the leadership in my guild to see if they'll allow me to attempt that on the first reset. And if they won't, I'll have a full shadow res set ready anyway. I've been thinking about trying to get patches to quit. I got off the cigarettes with patches before, so they do work. I've quit probably 6 times seriously and gotten off them for 3 months or more each of those times. I used Champix tablets 3 times and I'll never do those again. The first time I was like, this is like a miracle drug. You'd start taking them and you just keep smoking, and then after the 4th, like somewhere around the 3rd or 4th day, cigarettes just start to taste rank and you don't enjoy them and you don't have cravings for them. But you have the most crazy vivid dreams ever. And the first time I took them like this, I was like, this is incredible. This is like a wonder drug. And I ended up getting back on the cigarettes again. There's 2 reasons why I got back on the cigarettes every time. One was, there's one reason, and that was weed. So I'd have to give up weed when I give up cigarettes. But then if I'd be out drinking months later and somebody was, if at a house party or whatever, and somebody was smoking some weed and they offered me some, my impulse control is when I'm drunk is really, really bad. So I'd like go, yeah, sure. And of course it'd have nicotine in it, and that would, the next day then within a week, always the same thing would happen. Within a week I would have gone and, even though I wasn't smoking weed at the time, I would have gone and bought myself a bag of weed because I'd smoked again, and I'd be like, oh, I'll just get a bit of weed because I haven't had some in a while and I enjoyed it. But then to smoke the weed, I would always roll it in cigarettes, and boom, I'd be back on the cigarettes again. So that was that happened to me a lot. Like that was probably the number 1 reason why I got back on the cigarettes every time I had quit, seriously. Second time I did Champix, let's go again, see if we can do another run, cleaner run. Second time I did Champix, they worked the same way, except this time they exacerbated or intensified like the internal monologues, internal dialogues I'd have in my head, just the normal like conversations or thoughts that you'd have in your head, except they multiplied negative thoughts that I would have like a lot, and to the point where it was not really enjoyable, but it got me off the cigarettes and I was still having crazy vivid dreams. But the third time I took them, the exacerbation of negative thoughts in my head was absolutely insane, next level, and it was really, really, really like horrible. And I was like, I'm never taking these again. This is not normal. It's not nice at all. And I feel like I'm like developing a mild schizophrenia. And because of the I had noticed the first time there was nothing, the second time yeah, all right. The first time it was fine. The second time those symptoms presented, and they were pretty strong. And the third time the same symptoms presented, but they were incredibly intense and really, really not enjoyable. I was like, I'm not taking them again, because the next time I take them, it's going to be even worse. I went to a hypnotist once. That worked for a little while. And I did some self-hypnosis meditation. And for some reason, that worked incredibly well at one point. And I was like, had 2 months. It didn't just work for cigarettes, it worked for all these other things in my life. I stopped drinking, I stopped smoking weed. I started being really, really productive. It was incredible. It was a very, very kind of profound moment of realization that you're not who you think you are. You think you have a certain personality and that's who you are, but a lot of the things that you do are just patterns, and the patterns can change. And then you realize that you're not who you think you are, that those are just patterns that are kind of wrapped around the real you, which you have yet to discover because you are locked in the patterns all the time. Where's my Hearthstone? What else? And then I used nicotine patches and I got off them with those before. I think there was one or two other methods. But yeah, we'll go again. But now we're in a Kung Fu Academy. There's no weed around and I have no interest in smoking it at this stage of my life. There's no drink here, and drink was never my poison. It was never something... I've never been a person who had beer in their fridge at home and I drink a beer, even one beer on my own. I was never like that, so beer isn't an issue. And I'm in a place where I'm just going to be intensely focused on training around other people who are really healthy for 6 months here, and then I'm going to go to another school for another 6 months. So after a year of that, that'll be nice deep groove for positive habits. So God willing, in a year we'll be in some shape. We'll be in some shape, physically, emotionally, psychologically. My wife was over me smoking when we had our third child, so when she had another convo about me smoking, I quit cold turkey after 15 years. Well, I was angry just in spite of her. Jedi mind tricked myself, still smoke free 6 years later. That is class. I just get my fix for weed in gummies now. Yeah. The gummies. Alright, we're not going into MT again with him. We need a couple of swords, really. And we need bandages, and if we had bandages and health pots and thistle tea, if we were actually prepared, we'd be fine with him, even with the daggers. But we've been farming for long enough. I think I'm gonna jump on Warmane and start leveling a Wrath of the Lich King rogue on a private server, so I can prep for Let's see if I can get this up on OBS. One sec. This account has been locked but can be unlocked. One sec. Okay, just gotta reset the reset the password. Password reset. A new password has been generated and sent to your inbox. Okay. Let's do warming. This account has been locked but can be unlocked. Okay. An email containing a new code has been sent to your inbox. Okay. Yada yada yada. Okay, hopefully it'll work this time. Account status in good standing, regular activity agent, community, yada yada yada. Last seen 28 days ago from IP address, last backup, no. Enable recent history, successfully authenticated. Maybe it just takes a minute. I mean, we got in. It's probably because I'm using these IPCL lines and my IP address has changed. No. You just need to change your IP address. Okay. And probably going to disconnect there for a second, guys. So you're stacking up haste potions for phase 3 sell? No, not for phase 3. I'm just stacking them up. Like in phase 3, if they go to 20 gold, I'll keep buying them at 20 gold because in phase 4, they're going to go up again. It's just a lot. It's the way I look at it is like this. It's gold farm plus, right? I liquidate all the assets from the gold farm. And then I use that gold to buy haze pots because I know that they're going to increase in price. So it's a way of increasing the gold per hour of the gold farm. So even though SV says 381 gold there, if I put that 381 gold I get per hour into haze pots, and they're not going to double to 30 gold, I don't think, but they'll probably go to about 25, I think, for around Sunwell. So that's a 66% increase, which means that I'm turning every hour of 380 gold I get I'm increasing it by 66%, which is just over 200 gold. So that means it's going to be 600 gold per hour. The farm's going to be worth, I'm making the farm worth 600 gold per hour by turning the assets from it into hay spots and then waiting until Sunwell to sell them. Because I don't need the money now. Have you thought about leveling alk on your alp, buying the recipe for hay spots and making them instead of buying them? Benefiting from the procs. It's not a bad idea, actually. It's not a bad idea at all. Because I have enchanting on the alt. I could be alchemy as well. No, that's it. If you want, you need, for the proc master, you need to get to 70. So I need to level the priest to 70, and I'm not arsed doing that. And the rogue, I want him to have mining and engineering so he can do the farming. So no, I think I'll just stick with what I know, and I know it's a good idea, but I'd have to sacrifice one of my professions on my rogue, or put a load of time into leveling another alt, and I want to put my time into leveling something on Wrath of the Lich King private servers, so I can make videos that I can release around pre-patch time when the hype is big. Okay, apparently now Warmane should work. Because I changed my IP address. Still getting this account has been locked. Ah. Authenticator code. Okay, it was my UU booster that I used for normal World of Warcraft. It was actually still on, and it was interfering with the. So now we're in. Somewhat in. Yeah, baby. Let's go. All right, let's get this up on the screen. Application audio to capture, no. Window capture, there we go, there we go, there we go. Let's just do that then. Ah, that's why I made RVX. Ah. That's what I'm looking for. That is what I'm looking for. Aha. Wow, that's sensitive. Christ, that's loud. Uh, cannot write until you become level 7. Okay. That's probably an interface, right? Yeah, unit frames. There's a massive flying bug. Probably a cicada. Like up against the screen outside my window, the bug screen. Just trying to fly in. yes, in Wrath you don't have the 2-second tick. It just incrementally creeps up in real time. Some strange camera logic going on here. Why are you leveling another undead rogue? This is a Wrath of the Lich King private server. So I need to level one up to 80 and then I need to go farm Fellstriker. And then level engineering. So I can do the Karazhan farm and make the video on how to do that. Stormy weather, yo. So I can release that just when the hype for Wrath is starting to pop off. And get ahead of the game, as it were. I can also show some shenanigans while I level up. Like, one of the items that people generally want to get as a rogue when they're leveling is the leggings of the Fang, which drop from one of the Fang Lords in Wailing Caverns. And you can actually go in as a rogue and you can solo that. So I can show people that, and then I can go into SM Graveyard and show people how to solo the rare spawns in there at like from the mid 30s upwards, and you can kill all the non-elite ghosts and make loads of money and level at the same time, so you can get your mount pretty quick. Ah no, mounts in Wrath are mounts in Wrath at 20? Yeah, I'm applying classic limitations 30. Yeah. Classic limitations to Wrath farms. So okay, that's unnecessary. I think they're pretty cheap in Wrath as well. I want to turn that look speed down a bit. Yeah, it's better.
What do you require?
By the way, I just finished Kara and the Edgewalker Longboots and Drape of the Dark Reavers didn't drop again. 8 Karazhans. It took me 8 Karazhans. I got it on my 8th Karazhan. I never saw them. They never dropped. And on my 8th Karazhan, I got the boots. So I feel your pain, brother. I feel your pain. It's not nice. Not a nice place to be in, but you will get it. Oh, stop it with the things, will you? I don't need your... I don't need your tips. Oh. You start with 2 daggers. Nice. That's so nice. And a thrown weapon that is unlimited? Or if I throw it, it's gone? It's unlimited. Oh, that's so nice. What do we need? Dusk bats, rattlecage skeletons, right? Right. Mm. Ooh, ragged leather vest. Nice. I'm excited for Wrath. Hopefully they roll Anniversary into it and don't dump everything for Classic Plus. Nah, they will. They will. They're not gonna... Wrath is coming. Definitely. This is gonna get annoying. It's one of the big DPS increasing macros that I learned when I was just learning about macros. It's such a simple macro, but it's so huge. Slash start attack. That's it. You just put that in front of your Sinister Strike. You don't have to target the mob. And if you're in a raid or you're in a dungeon or whatever, and there's a lot of mobs around and it's hard to see stuff, you can kill a target like that and you're you're trying to get onto the next target, but you're trying to click it and it won't click, or it's clicking something else, and you're wasting, it's like 2 seconds gone by and you haven't been able to hit the target, and you waste so much DPS like that. But you just spam this and whatever's nearby, it'll just start attacking it. And if it's not the right mob, fine, you just tab target from there until you find what you need. But there's no downtime on your DPS when you have that. And it's so huge. It just takes this frustrating trying to click, find the target, because you're not DPSing until you get it. Big crits. How's the Kung Fu training going, by the way? Today is basically like a rest week for me, but also for a lot of people for a number of reasons. Super hot, so the school told us if you want to take a break from training and you don't want to come to any training sessions, that's fine, because nobody can sleep, everyone's exhausted. It's 35 degrees in our rooms at night, there's no AC. It's really, really hard to sleep. And if you do sleep, you get woken up like a few hours later, covered in mosquito bites. It's pretty rough. It's gonna cool down it started to cool down the last couple of days, but big rains are coming tomorrow apparently, which I can't wait for. That should cool the temperatures and the tempers, because there's been loads of little mini conflicts breaking out because everyone's exhausted and can't sleep. So all of the little minor annoyances or grievances that people have with other people, like people like using weights and just not putting them back properly, not showing respect for the environment, leaving sweaty like pools of sweat all over equipment without wiping it down, not coming to cleaning when we're all at 8 a.m. 3 days a week. You line up and then you go and you clean the whole school together. Some people not going to clean and not turning up. Lack of respect for the masters and all this kind of stuff. There's one guy here. There's just loads of complaints about him. Like he's just a bit of an idiot, as we say in Ireland. Like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed, and you can tell he just wants people to like him, but he's always acting out. He's in his early 20s, and he's always acting out and doing stupid shit that just pisses people off. And I just found out that he like in June he was sending dick pics to other chicks here in the school, and people weren't too happy about it. They were unsolicited dick pics, and instead of taking the heat for it, because things got kind of serious for him, he blamed it on this other guy that he already owed like 5,000 yuan to, and 1,000 yuan is about 170 euro, so it's somewhere close to $200, and he owed him 5,000, so about $1,000, or like 800 euro. And he owed this guy a lot of money, and then blamed him for the dick pics because they're both the same skin color, they're both dark, so he blamed the other guy that he owed the money to. And then he started calling him a predator and a pedo and all this shit. So it was really bad. So I got chatting to the guy that he blamed, and he was ready to murder him. But instead, he rang the guy's parents and told them exactly what happened. He's like, yeah, I lent your son like 5,000 yuan. You know, I was friendly with him. He sent a load of dick pics out to chicks in the school. They didn't like that. Instead of taking responsibility for it, he blamed me. And he's just basically creating a lot of problems here for lots of people. So his uncle rang him up. The foolish kind of guy, his uncle rang him up and just absolutely... Oh, and he owed the shop a load of money as well, because you can take stuff here from the shop and then write down what you owe. He owed the shop a load of money as well, so it's just like not doing things the right way. But today I saw him asking for help and advice from one of the older students here. Margot is her name, from New Zealand, and she's probably about late 40s, maybe 50-ish. and he was like, "Can you help me to draft the letter because I don't know what to write?" But he's basically has to write an apology letter and make a formal apology to people that he's upset and grievances and stuff. So that was nice to see. It was healthy to see that there was a bit of healing going on, and yeah, your man got sent the money anyway. He's gonna get paid back. It's in the mail basically. His family is paying the guy, and everybody knows now that it wasn't him. So lots of little stuff like that. Also, the school kind of broke up into two cliques, like the younger crowd and then the older crowd. And I'm kind of in the middle of the two, so I don't really fuck with any of them. I just do my training when I'm training, and when I'm not, I'm making videos and streaming. So I just stay out of all the drama. But you want to see the group chat? I only got here 2 weeks ago, and every day people are writing mini novels into the group chat, making complaints about different things, and it's super hot and no one can sleep. So you can imagine it's been kind of crazy. Anyway, the school's like, right, just you don't have to train this week because it's a crazy heat wave. And I have a small injury, like a strained tendon, ligament, whatever it is in my leg. So whenever I do kicks, it's like pretty sore. And those are pretty, those are injuries that can get bad quickly if you overtrain or don't take them seriously. So it might sound like I'm making excuses so that I can play more WoW or make more WoW videos, but I promise you I am really looking forward to getting into training again. I'm just taking it easy this week, adjusting to the heat. I've got a dicky tummy as well from adjusting to the new bacteria. My immune system needs to get used to the bacteria of the place, the country. Sure, lots of you who have traveled or gone to different places around the world have had similar experiences the first couple of weeks. Often you have a bit of a dicky tummy and you kind of have to run to the toilet every now and again. So there's a little bit of that going on as well. So, and I got my wisdom tooth taken out on last Sunday, pulled out. So my body's healing lots of different things at the same time, and it's super hot and nobody can sleep. So I'm not training much this week, but the week's finished now. Saturday and Sunday more rest, and then Monday we'll try and bang into it hardcore. Unsolicited, yeah. Right, let's get out of here. It doesn't feel that smooth. I suppose it's not official, obviously, so it's gonna be a little bit rough around the edges. What's my frame rate like? Fine. It's my ping like 200 ms. Reasonable. Definitely playable.
I'm listening.
But we're dropping a lot of frames, it looks like. It's very glitchy. Let's take it down a notch. Okay, that actually feels smoother straight away. There we go. How much is the EXP rate on the server? It's a good question, actually. Normal, 100% normal experience gain for monsters. Let me see if we can. Is there any way to crank that up? Let me just ask Google. Warmane EXP boost. Oh, you can buy boosts. EXP boost. There is no EXP boost beyond the increased XP rate of Frostborn or any other realm. Okay. You can buy maxed out characters for not too much. You can boost to 80 on Anixia for 20 coins, which is about $20. Oh yeah, we're going to be doing that. Yeah, we're going to be doing that. Services, let's have a look. Lordaeron, RVX, coins. Oh, store. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, you can buy weapons. Can I buy Fellstriker? You can buy item sets as well. Hold on, Ice Crown seems to be the server where you can do all the wicked stuff. You didn't ruin my leveling. Hey, I want to get the leveling. I wouldn't have minded leveling if that was the only option, because I can always create content with parts of the leveling journey. But if I can, oh here, realm info. If I can just boost to 80 straight away and start like that's because there's so that's where that's where all of the content is, and there's so much to do. Okay, low experience to buff PvE content. It's a real challenge. Okay, original 1x experience rates, challenging PvE. Items can only be... Okay, so this is the genuine old school experience. Items can only be obtained in game. You can't buy what you want. That's not what we want. We want to buy our way to the top. Ice Crown. That's what I like to see. That's a healthy server. 3 minutes. All right, give me a second. I'm gonna go down. Oh. That's pretty nuts. Is that Wrath music bringing you back, boys? Private server, yeah. We're going to boost a character to 18 so we can do all the gold farms and make all the tutorials so we have them ready for when the hype is peaking for Wrath. Drop them and grow in a glorious fashion. Take Rogue to the next level for Wrath. Yeah. Yeah. That icy dragon. Alright. The most popular and visited realm. Players looking for a stable, mature realm should look no further. Proven itself over the course of many years. No matter what you're into, you'll have a 7x experience. Largest pop. All PV. Open. Original difficulty content. Okay. Always the same face for years. Interestingly, I was watching Pashiro's stream and he makes the exact same tune. The best by test. I've been through them all. This is definitely going to be taken. And we can't do McBacon because I don't think we can do the special characters. I tried the German S, the B, and it wouldn't let me. One sec, let me see. War main special characters allowed. Okay, GM, there's a variety of reasons why we don't allow special characters. One of the biggest concerns is simply that we don't have logs, which can make it troublesome for a GM to track down players with these characters and their names. Okay. Okay, so we can't have special characters. That's okay. There's a couple of names that will probably work. There we go, Grimble. That'll do. Now back to the war main site. The war main store, Ice Crown. Select character. I need to log in with them first, obviously.
Bound to the iron will of the tyrant Lich King.
Yes, I am bound. Okay, it looks like I've kept all my... Nice one, got all my settings. Okay. Let's refresh the page on Warman. Store. Ice Crown. Select character Grimble. Packages. Services. Coins, points, free. Character unstocked, no. Coins. Character level up. Instant level 80 costs 20 coins. Starter gear package. Basic mount skills, trainer skills. Instant level 80 is irreversible. Your account must be offline. Close window. Your account must be offline. Now you get a little taste of the loading screen there. So maybe hand in this quest and then log out, see if it works. Then log in. Well, we're going to have to wait another 5 minutes to get back in again. Log in on the different server, then log out and see if it works.
That better be good.
Let's log out in the inn. I know technically this isn't an inn, you don't get rested, but I think that when you're in these buildings, they can still trigger the inn kind of conditions.
And you are. Trust no.
What now? Beware the
What is it?
Let's try that. Here we go. Your account must be offline to purchase. Many users bypass this bug entirely by logging into Warmane's store using their mobile phone instead of their PC. Let's go for that then.
If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far, just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. On that you can depend and never worry. You see, my love is alive. It's like a seed. If you need me, call me. Just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. On that you can depend and never worry. You see, my love is alive. It's like a seed that only needs the thought of you
Okay, we're
to
in.
grow. If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far.
Okay, we got a new error message, but it's a good one. You do not have enough coins, so now you just have to figure out how to purchase coins. They don't make it very simple. Ha! You don't buy coins. You get them as a token of gratitude when you make a donation. I like that. Slippery. Today I'm going to show you a lesser known trinket. Oops. It looks like you can't just buy coins from the website. You have to trade your gold for coins in game, or you can buy coins from third-party sites, but I don't want to put my credit card details into one of those. But making it convoluted is probably why it's still so stable after all these years, because they're not actually technically, it's a technicality, right? It's a loophole that they're using in order to be able to continue to operate. Because if they were selling coins directly on the site for money, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on legally. I think maybe we just go. Maybe we just go for the 7x experience and just start pumping. Flashbang, indeed. The memories are unlocking. The dopamine is increasing. You can buy character level up, faction change, character rename, race change, recustomization, whatever that is, profession upgrade, guild rename, character restoration, character unstuck, which is free. Recustomization costs 10 coins and provides character's name, appearance, and gender. Okay. Race change 20 coins. Character rename 5 coins. Faction change 30 coins. Oh. To buy Warmane coins, log into your account on the official Warmane website, navigate to your dashboard and click the donate button. Alright. There it is. Okay, so you can just buy, well, that's a donation, so that's the legal loophole, but you can just get them from the site. Okay. The baseline donation rate is 1 coin per €1. €20, 22 coins. Alright. If you're planning to do a large donation, wait for the annual winter holiday event. Usually active between Deck 22nd and January 4th. Warmane typically activates up to a 40% bonus coin event on all donations completed during this period. That's pretty good if you are really into it. Okay, donate. Mate, they must be making money hand over fist. Hey, bro. You need help on start. I have a character and ice crowns, some golden bags. Sick. Sick, sick, sick. I'm just about to buy coins that boost to 80. So, but I appreciate it. But we could definitely do some shenanigans together. That'd be cool. Transaction successful. Oh, mate. Your account must be offline again. All right. Oh, to kill the beautiful music. Beautiful, beautiful music. It's a little bit slow. It takes like a minute or two for it to update. I'm not playing it at all. I'm on Lordaeron. I like more slow leveling, but I have a good amount of gold. We'll send it your way. Don't need it. But you have another character on Ice Crown as well. Okay, cool. I was on Lordaeron originally, but you can't buy boosts there, and I don't have time between training and streaming and content creation in the 3 hours I have off in the afternoon. I gotta boost it. Your account must be offline to purchase an instant level up. All right, let's log back into normal WoW. And get some money from the auction house and do some bits, and then we'll come back to Warmane. Zane, I don't remember if I heard you correctly. So for phase 3, you are buying haze potions to resell. No, I'm buying haze. I started buying haze potions a few weeks ago because I know that haze potions are something that just continue to go up in price until the end of the expansion. So I could just save my gold as like raw gold and have it sit in my bags. But instead of doing that, I'm just buying... I need the UU booster up. That's why. But instead of doing that, I thought it's better to just turn the gold into haze pots because they just continue to go up in value. So my gold is all in haze pots. I'm not going to resell them in phase 3. I'm just going to keep buying them in phase 3 because they're going to go up again in phase 4. And then I'll buy more in phase 4. It's how I store my gold because my gold just keeps gaining value. It's like interest, you can think of it like that. And then I will sell them at the right time just before Wrath. Right before Wrath, the haze potion market will tank toward the end of the phase. So the best time to sell them will be the beginning of phase 5 when Sunwell opens. I'll sell them all then. The beginning into the middle of phase 5, the last phase, that's when they'll peak. Do you think it's better than Corium Ore? Yeah. I'm keeping all my Corium Ore. Corium Ore is much more of a risk because you're not really sure how many people are going to re-spec into jewel crafting. So I think Corium is a lot riskier. Because it's Corium Ore, the value of Corium is based upon how much it goes up, is based upon how many people decide to go into jewel crafting in phase 4. It's a single phase and for a singular reason, jewel crafting. So it's much more speculative. Haze potions are the base rate consumable for all melee, all physical DPS. So it's a guaranteed win. Like it's 100%. So I'm keeping all my Corium in the bank. I don't sell it now. But I wouldn't turn my gold into Corium. I don't think that's a good idea. It's way riskier. It's just such a safe bet to turn them into haste potions. So I got 588 corium. That's just from... I did buy them when they were under a gold each. I think I bought probably 200 of them or something. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 250, and the rest are just the corium that I've got from stealth farming. And do you have an enchanting ult? Yeah. What's the fastest way to level it? I'll show you right now. Somebody give me this tip. It's amazing. So I have this, you make this macro. It's on the Rogues Diary Discord, which is underneath. If you go to any of my videos, the pinned comment on the top will have a Discord link and my Twitch link. Click on the Discord link, and on the left hand side go down to macros, and you'll find these two macros. So this one, enchanting is by far the, well, it's a very, very annoying profession to level, because you need to get an item. Let's just say that's, you know, you need to open your enchanting window, wherever it is. You need to open your enchanting window. You have to get the enchant. You have to click enchant, and then you have to click on the item, and then there's a window pop up that says yes, and then it enchants it, and then you have to click on enchant, click on, and you have to do this again. Click, 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 click for every time you want to do it. And that's fine if you're just leveling up organically as you level up. It's fine. But when you buy out, when you're just trying to go from 0 to 100 or 0 to 300 or 350 or whatever, it's very annoying. So this one basically, what you do is you go on some website that lists out all the materials you need to buy, and then the roadmap for how which enchants you will level up. Strange dust and enchant bracer, 1 agility or whatever until you're level 20 enchanting, and then switch to this one. So what you'll do is whatever your enchant is that you're currently leveling, you'll click on the enchant, and then I think it's a mouse over. Yeah. You'll click on the enchant that you want, and you'll mouse over the item. It could be in your bags as well. Like you just have an item in your bag, you mouse over that, and the macro, where is it? I had it down here somewhere. It's gone now. But you put this macro somewhere on your bars. I'd put it on Q and E. And then you just click, you mouse over the item in your bag, and then you click Q. And what it does is it will automatically click the craft create button for you, this one, because this screen is open. So you click Q, it automatically clicks craft, and it targets whatever you're moused over. So you click Q and it crafts on your gloves. And then the next one you do is click static pop-up button 1. So when you mouse over this and you click Q, the button will come up here to say, do you want to enchant this? Instead of having to mouse over and click it, you just click E, and then you just click Q, E, or 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then you get to whatever the level is, and then you go to your enchanting trainer, or you're ideally standing beside your enchanting trainer, and you've got all the enchanting materials you need for like the first 150 levels, and the rest in your bank, and then you just do that. And then when you get to 20 and you need to put on, you get to 20 and then you need to craft like whatever, minor stats or whatever it is, minor mana. Then you just click on that one, and then you mouse over the item, and then you just 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it does it for you. So if you go to the Rogues Diary Discord and you go to macros on the left hand side, you can just copy paste those macros into your game, and it's a really, really nice way to level up enchanting. I'm in your Discord. Yes, there you go. Yeah, I see. And haste potions are not replaceable with the Illidari mark, right? No, it's only flasks. Only flasks. So haste potions remain to be as difficult to create and as supply demand as it always was, except the economy Ooh, Grimble has successfully been leveled up to 80. Let's go, boys. Let's go. Are you ready for that dopaminergic response? Nostalgia farming. Yeah. And now we're... Uh-huh. We're back to this old chestnut again. Ah, it's because of the UU booster. I keep forgetting. Ooh. Fresh. Oh my god. Valorant, baby. How long has it been? Yeah. You got some mail you want to check? Hey. Sweet, brother. Sweet. Ah, lads, this is bringing me back now. This is bringing me back. What kind of gear did we get? Okay. Okay. Doggy doo-doos. That's kind of nice. 258 expertise. I like that. The crit strike, not so much. That's a nice trinket though. Ah, yes. Ooh, we're back. Oh yeah, haze pots. Haze pots, haze pots, haze pots. So hyped for Wrath. How is there more people on private server than live? It's takes 5 minutes to get into the game. I send you some stuff, I guess, because I sended you bags. Thank you so much, brother. It hasn't come yet. I suppose there's still a delay. Maybe an hour, is it? Or half an hour, 15 minutes between characters. And 2.5k goals. Oh, brother, thank you so much. Well, I can promise you this. I'll get that 2k back to you. 2.5k back to you soon enough. Lads, I'm hyped. I am actually fucking proper hyped. Excuse the language. Yeah, I don't think we'll be completing that quest. Now comes the fun part. Talents. Glyphs. Oh, man. Yeah, we're just going to go for the cookie cutter abyss assassination talents to start off, and we'll do the special gold AoE talents once we get the gear for it. Wrath of the Lich King, class guides. Assassination. The hype. The hype. Standard build, hybrid AoE. Yeah, let's go standard. Five, 5, 3. Oh, fleet-footed. That's so nice. I didn't know that it was going to be in the BIS PvE combat spec. Having 15% flat movement speed is so good. Seal Fate, yes please. Overkill and stealth and for 20 seconds after, yep. This is the one. 2 energy back whenever you crit. That's the talent that makes it all possible. Muty, you beauty. Hunger for blood. Brothers. Opener, tricks of the trade, pre-pull, affliction warlocks will benefit the most. Likely. Because of snapshotting. Pre-pop pot of speed, go to stealth for overkill, use muty. Or use garrote if nobody's got bleeds going. Slice and dice, hunger for blood, muty to 4 or 5, envenom with cold blood. Rinse and repeat. Vanish to proc overkill. Use tricks, muty, okay. Oh nice, I've got cold weather flying already. That's nice. I'm glad happy that they give us that. Fear. Pick lock and go here. Ambush we'll put here for the minute. Don't think we use expose. Ah, it's a lovely defensive. Probably never going to want to use Shiv. Definitely not for our just standard DPS. What's our frame rate looking like? Wow. How do I get it to use my graphics card? Like there's a setting, because it might be using the like AMD bad one instead of the RTX 5070 in this machine. If I Alt F4, all right, let's just go somewhere where we're. Jesus, there's a lot of people here. Ah, there we go. We're flying. We're flying. I send you some stuff, I guess, because I send you. Yes, they will arrive in 1 hour. Yeah. It should be 1 hour until mail arrives if they're not in the same guild. Sure. Warperia. This site is very good for add-ons. Maybe you can find some add-ons you use on TBC Classic. Class, thank you so much. I was just thinking about that. Configure NVIDIA control panel. Right-click on your desktop, open NVIDIA. Oh, yes. I just updated it recently, so I have it on my thing. Go to 3D settings, manage 3D settings. Okay, graphics. Add a program. Program files. It's probably not going to be x86, is it? World of Warcraft retail. Ah. It doesn't support optimization. Okay, that's fine. Go to 3D settings, manage 3D settings. NVIDIA system. Video. Displays, my rig advanced, debug mode, no. Settings. Drivers, games, apps, yada. Maybe it's in Omen Gaming Hub. I'm using a laptop. It's a HP Omen 16. It has an NVIDIA RTX 5070 Ti laptop GPU. Performance control, advanced performance tuning, lighting, graphics switcher. No. That's okay. That's okay. We'll deal with that later. That's all right. We don't have to deal with that now. But you're right. Actually, it would be nice to kind of deal with it now. But I have NVIDIA here. NVIDIA control panel is open. And on the left hand side, I have the tabs are home, drivers, graphics, system. It only runs 2 cores on your processor and it's very bad. Okay. So you should avoid Dalaran. You gotta know that this version of WoW is the one from 2010 last patch is very unoptimized. Yeah, of course. Fair enough. Okay. Yeah, I think it is running NVIDIA because look, my FPS is once I get out of here, it's flying up to like normal levels. So it's just choked in Dalaran. Let's just face the wall for a bit. Okay, we've got sap in there. That's good. Stealth, tricks of the trade. We don't need stealth. We've done that. We've done that. We've got gouge up. Rupture, slice and dice. Cannibalizes up. Okay. If you go anywhere else, you're going to see improvements. Yeah, we'll be flying. We'll be flying. Just need to optimize my bars now. Okay, so we don't use Eviscerate ever. So let's get rid of that. We get a free bar. And we don't use Rupture either. So let's get rid of that. We probably want that for stuns. Cold Blood will macro into Venom. We might actually want Rupture. Lasts for 1 minute, we'll put that there then. "30-second cooldown." I think we'll go back to gouge here. We used to always have gouge here, but we put a shiv when we're PvE and we have shadow step when we're gold farming. Dismantle could go there. That's a nice one for there. Although Fan of Knives is nice, but I like to move by pressing the 2 left and right clicks and just use my mouse, and I want Fan of Knives to be on my left hand somewhere. Now we can Fan of Knives on the left mouse thumb button while we're moving. That's fine. We want Rupture up to keep just in case we need to get a bleed, so we can put Hunger up. But that's only for bosses, really. Okay, they give me 250 gold. That's all right. Let's see. That's the herbalist, alchemist, blacksmith. That's the NG. Oh, we need to buy professions as well, right? We need NG and jewel crafting. We don't need jewel crafting. That's for raid DPS. We need NG. There's no auction house in Dalaran, is there? But you can use Jeeves, can't you? Anyway, let's... I already know I'm gonna boost a Death Knight as well. Alright, let's set my Hearthstone anyway. We get our own little hovel down here. I love it.
Time is money, friend. I got what you need.
This is our pre-raid bis belt. And it's actually phase 3 tier 6 boots and wrists, I believe, for the 2 set that are bis.
Be good.
In Wrath. Reagents. Sorry, I couldn't see the chat for a minute. There is, you get it if you have the engineering bot. Yeah, for the auction house, sure. Depressions on Ice Crown are X3. It goes up super fast to level them. Okay, cool. I have a quick look and see how much it costs to buy a profession, but I don't want to blow that 2.5k gold. I just want to look at the auction house to see what the economy's like, see how much things are. Move this up here. Just woke up. What is the EXP on this? Oh, it's Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, on a private server, War main, and I just boosted a character to 80 so that we can do some shenanigans farming and so on. Where is the Ah, I remember now. I'm like going back in my memory, like when I Hearthstoned, where did I arrive? And it's in here. I think. No, that's the emblem here. Down to the left, the pub. Yeah. Economy's crazy on Icecrown. Yeah, I can imagine that everything is going to be overpriced. So ha, that was our vanish. Not exactly what we wanted to do. That's it. Okay, I need to open a text document and copy my macros from Real WoW. Which keeps disconnecting. Maybe I can copy them from the Rogues Diary Discord. Okay, okay, macros. There it is. The all-in-one stealth, vanish, shadow melt macro. The first macro that I ever got, and probably my most beloved macro. The macro that got me into macros. If you are not in combat, it casts stealth. If you're not in combat, but your stealth is on cooldown, i.e. you just came out of stealth and you're not in combat, but you can't re-stealth because it's still on cooldown, and you press it, it'll cast Shadow Melt if you're a Night Elf, which it's very rare that you will need that, but it is so nice when it saves your life. If there's a patrol coming toward you and you're down to like, you know, the last bit of your health and you're about to get one shot, you were in stealth and you got knocked out by something, then you can shadow meld. If you are in combat, it vanishes. And if you're in stealth, it just casts stealth and brings you out of it. You'll never need another stealth macro, ever. There's never a situation where you're like, ah, yeah, but what if I'm in this thing? And no, it just works perfectly. It's incredible. Next up, one button poisons. What poisons are we using in Wrath? Deadly, because we're using Venom. I have to go and learn poisons. Ah, lads. I have to go and learn poisons. Okay. How did you download the client? I see nothing in the expansions download page. It's don't listen to Highlander. This is an exclusive Rogue's Diary only invitation from Blizzard to test out their new Wrath client. You can't get in. There's nobody else. All the other players you see are bots. Damn, the gig's up. Yeah, I got it off a torrent. I actually have to go and yeah, I have to go and do the poison quest. I think. We'll go to the auction house first. Have a little look, see if we can pick up a librarian's paper cutter. I know that's pre-raid bis for the main hand. And we can probably just get to it then to start off. Oh, we have mail. Oh no, we don't. I'm just looking for mailboxes. Wow, it's glitchy. Oh, yes. Oh, nice one. Okay, my PC is being very weird and glitchy. Titan Steel Shanker. Let's see. Okay. That's fine. We usually have a heavier hitting one in the offhand, but 2 paper cutters is fine to start out. .74 AP and 56 agility. Doesn't seem that bad actually. But we're definitely not paying that. Okay, so pretty... The bandit. 41 agility, 82 attack power. 41 agility, 56 attack power. .37 and 75. All right, well we're not paying 45 gold for that. These are fine. The weapons are the main thing. We do need ammo though. Why is my computer having Option fit. Let's see what greatness is costing. Yeah. That actually seems like not that far off what it actually was last Wrath. They were definitely 4 digits, and they definitely weren't lower than 5. I think they were around 8 or 9k, if I remember, in like once they'd stabilized. So that seems pretty accurate. Let's see what Bendelat. Let's see what the Fell Iron Bars are going for. Well, it wouldn't matter now. It's a mature server, right? It's when the phase 1 dual crafting burst comes. So yeah. Our FPS is fine. It's actually our machine. No, there's something up with this. Okay. Yeah. I've never had to use that before in any of my WoW clients over the years since 2006, but I've just seen how valuable it is when you need it. Oh. Wow, that took a while. Yes, I guessed. That was like a probably a 30-second input delay. Ah, now we have big latency. Where are the war main servers actually? I might swap my node. Probably Russia. France most likely. Okay. Well, we'll just deal with the pain. Ah, now I have mail. Alright. We need to do our poison quest first. Huh. Oh, we have to go and learn pickpocketing as well. Or lockpicking, rather. Please tell me they give you all of the flight paths. Highlander, please. Tell me they give you the flight paths. Oh, thank God. I should have checked the auction house for spine slicers, which is the level 80 version of spine sever. If there's as many of those on the auction house as there are spine severs, the price might be very low. We can pick up a cheap thrown weapon. Or even the dusk blade might be decent. Hey, more money. Thank you so much for the money, by the way, Highlander. I really appreciate it. It's going to be very, very handy for me to get up and running. Ah, the only thing gold arrives instead. I see. The sun is coming up. 10 to 5. 2 more hours and I'll get the boss or get the thing in with the guys. Where's the lockpick quest? Oh, wait. We got pick lock. Oh, nice one. Ah, let's get the mill. Do we have thieves' tools though? No. Ah, you don't need them in Wrath, yeah. Ah, you're a legend. Ah. Look at that. Look at that. You don't need mounts in your bag, just learn them. Ah, yes, of course. I am so rusted. Yeah, they're slow, so it doesn't use your space. Yes. But it's nice that we did get ice cold weather flying, because that's normally a grand, I think. Maybe it's 5 grand actually. How much are the fast mounts then? The fast mounts are 5 grand, aren't they? Fast flyers, I mean. Slow at 20 and fast at 40. Sweet. Oh, but the flying mount, the fast flying mount in Wrath, is it still... It's probably 10k, isn't it? Or is it still 5k? 5k, okay, that's good. It can't be 4k with rep, yeah. Okay, we get our poisons. Then we'll learn dual spec. And then we'll put together a subtlety build just so we can shadow strap through. Oh no, we'll have to go. We need to go and get the key for UBRS or in Wrath is that you don't need the key anymore. Let's see. I'll ask. Mm. Probably still need the key. You threw the chains in the entrance, but when you turn left, you needed to have the ascension key for UBRS to open. Oh, you were boosting, so you don't need. Oh, this is going to be good. Okay, well, in that case, we're going straight to UBRS to farm Fellstriker. Hmm. Yeah, the quality of life is banger. The Titan Steel Spellblade is the best. And even if there's a better main hand weapon now, because we're later in the phase, I want to use the Titan Steel Spellblade, because it's what people will be using in phase 1. So it'll be the best thing for the guide. Oh. When's Dark Moon Fair up? We'll need to get a Dark Moon card. The old classic one. Heroism. So we'll need to buy Warlord set. Are there dungeon lockouts in this client? Is it 5 lockouts per hour, or can you do dungeons infinitely? Five per hour, okay. Yeah, well, they kind of had to go with that one. Do you know how to move my character frame? I get poisons, learn dual spec. Okay, yeah, the add-ons. Yeah, I will. I don't wanna. I don't wanna open it now because if I do, I'll just be. I'll get all of the add-ons at once, but it'll take a bit of time to do that, and I want to get straight into the UBRS. Okay, everything phased out. That was weird. Ah, it's because I'm lagging like a... Now I gotta go to Taran Mill, right? 1,000 gold. Worth. Worth it. Thank you so much, Highlander. I can get dual specs right away. Oh, I need to have a look at some glyphs as well. I don't think I go subtlety because I don't have to jump through the door anymore. I can just, in Wrath, you can just click on the thing and channel it yourselves and then kill the boss. So we'll actually go for the assassination build here, the Fell Striker build in this slot. Gold is easy to farm. One quest is like 50 gold because it stacks with your 7x leveling. Wow, nice. Okay. That's gonna be nice. Okay. Grimaldo. I'll just get the zap over, head down to Tarn Mill, and in the quest. Ah, so obviously obviously World of Warcraft, the classic canon is just an absolutely, it's a masterpiece. But one thing that every great film has, that every great game has, it has to be great in a number of different ways. But the music has to be great. And it can be like simple and great. Like take a game like Streets of Rage, for example. Or Zelda, Ocarina of Time. The sound design, the music, it has to be great. And, you know, even Mario on the Game Boy 8-bit, 8-bit sound. They still managed to make the sound design was cool with a bling 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 bling. And at the end of it, I remember when you finish the last level and you're flying through these clouds and you get this very Japanesey kind of sound. Take Pokemon on the Game Boy, Pokemon Blue or Pokemon Red, whichever one you chose. I was Blue. The music in it, you know, when you start a Pokemon fight, and just the theme song, like in within the context of what it is and what it can do, just catchy hooks and great for the size of the thing that it is. But a game like World of Warcraft or a game like Heroes of Might and Magic 3, incredible. Probably, like, if you had to list the most iconic music in games, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 would definitely be up in the top 5, like 100%. But World of Warcraft is just absolutely beautiful. Every single zone, every dungeon, even if it's not some of the, like Shadowfang Keep, but the best sound design, my favorite sound design, and a dungeon that I absolutely love being in because of the sound and the music in it. It's got this, it evokes this sense of wonder and mystery and magic in a way that just the notes and the melodies and the minor chords in there is the nexus. This dungeon, I'm really looking forward to going into. Yo, thank you very much for the follow. Barca Yala. I saw a B and a K and I thought it was Blink Strike for a minute. That would be a cool name though. Barca Yala, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Yeah, the Nexus is unbelievable. The music in there is so unique and evocative. Okay, fly to Taran Mill, get the poisons. I suppose straight down to UBRS and try and get Fell Striker, or actually we've got 2k now. What do we need or should we get that could be useful with a little bit of money? We got Jewel Spec, that's worth it. We could just save up for fast flying. Oh, glyphs. Glyphs. Pit of Sauron as well as a... It's a cool dungeon. Ha! Class. Fan of Night's Evasion Sprint. Evasion Fan of Night's Sprint. Vanish, Pickpocket, and Picklock. And for DPS, it's tricks. Hunger. And beauty. Vanish, distracted, safe fall. Sure. Don't know if we want safe fall though. I think I'd rather have one of the picks. Yeah, maybe we will do safe fall. I'm sure there's some fight somewhere where we'll be glad that we got safe fall. What the hell? That's way better than Librarian's Paper Cutter. Christ, I should have really checked. Yeah, because we're so late in the phase, right? Oh no. No, it isn't. Librarians is bis. For the offhand. Sorry, for the main hand. There's the Dusk Blade. Nightblade 2.0. We'll be getting those in the lockboxes in the Wrath pre-patch in TBC. It's going to be good. There's the Spellblade. That's bis. You need that, and you need Fell Striker. But we won't buy it now. We'll wait. No, we're fine. We're fine with what we've got. Oh, can I buy back those bags? Did I log out since then? Yeah. No big deal. Mate, I am glitching out massively here. Something crazy going on with between my computer and my client. That's better.
What would you ask of death?
I'll be right back. It's gonna rain today, thank God. Thank God. There's big grey clouds in the sky. And I'd be interested to see which of the students who are going to the competition today, both to present their forms and to watch people in the competition. I would be curious to see who thinks the rain is a good sign, a good omen, and who thinks it's a bad one. It's a wonderful respite from the heat. Will clean away all the dust and cool down the air.
I'm listening. Victory for Sylvanas. Farewell.
Wait, don't tell me you don't have to learn poisons in Wrath. You can just buy them. Oh no, I think that's the case. Oh, mate. That's, yeah, okay, that's lols. Well, for old times, for good luck, you just buy them, of course you do. Big lag. Left click puts the poison on your main hand. Right click puts the poison on your offhand. Macro. Really handy. No button. Sure, there's an add-on for that. Okay, time to get Fell Striker. Oh, we wanted to check for Darkman Guard heroism, yeah. Will be poggers when you make wrath guides with Rogue, how to farm stuff for people that want to play classic on retail servers and for the peeps on private. Yes, true enough. True enough. I forgot about how big the private server community is. We need to go to, yeah, Heroic is all Nerub, Essence of Gossamer. We need better gear. We get Fell Striker first. Also collect your daily points on your Warmane accounts. You can get gear for points also if you want to skip any items. Okay, cool. How does that work? Just log in, check the Warmane account, and every day there'll be extra points there and I have to click claim or something, and if I don't, they just disappear. There's 12,000 players on Ice Crown. It's completely maxed out. 4.2k on Lordaeron, 5.9k on Enixia, 1,500 on BlackRock. Yeah, something like that. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, my account, collect points. You do not have any points to collect. Okay. Ah, we have arrived. Oh, I can just buy Essence of Gossamer. Excellent. Excellent. That's like 2 days or 3 days of collecting points. Perfect. Perfect. Go main website. Yeah, I was just looking at it and I heard the flight dismount sound, so. Right, need to get NG up, need to get Essence of Gossamer, need to get Dark Moon Card Heroes and Fell Striker, Titan Steel, Spellblade, which is just under 2k on the Ocean House, so that shouldn't be too hard to get. Nice. Do you still have to kill all these guys? Probably. Okay, I need some start attack macros. That'll do for now. Can't put that on myself. It raises you, increasing all damage, goes by 8. Last 1 minute. Okay. We'll open with Garroth then. Summoners first. Oh no, wait, I don't have to slice and dice anymore. I'll just have to invent him. I should have bought bandages as well. Good old cannibalize. Whoa. You can just buy Fellstriker. Ah, bro. Well, we're here now. We'll do one run and then I'll just buy it. Yeah, no, I'll just donate and get more coins. What was that noise? Yo, Clad Zero. Just rated with 21 viewers. I've never been rated before in my life. So that was a really nice sound. Thank you for rating. We're doing Wrath Warmane, and we're solo farming Fellstriker so that we can make guides on how to do the Karazhan farm, which is the best farm in Wrath of the Lich King. Which we're then going to make a video and wait until the hype train starts for Wrath Classic, and we'll post them up then. On TBC, we are currently running a Manitombs versus Steamvaults, I suppose, series where we're seeing which one is more gold per hour. And Steamvault is about 375 gold an hour, and Manitombs is about 300. And we've done 13 lockouts of each, which is 65 runs. But we did about 1,000 Steamvaults, more than 1,000 Steamvaults since the launch of Classic, and we farmed over 100,000 gold since the launch of TBC. So that's been fun. And AoE, yeah, I know this tech. Good luck, broski. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Now, I just found out that you can actually buy it on Warmane. You can just pay for money, buy coins, and buy Fellstriker. My good man, Highlander here, who is a wizard in the ways of Warmane, mentioned to me I can get everything I need for the farm. Azul Narub, Trinket, Gossamer, and Fellstriker, all that stuff. You can buy full Bisgear. There you go. Yeah, so we'll get all that done. We'll do that one and a couple of other bits and bobs. I don't have any... That's not going to do much for me. Let me eat some corpses. We just went and did the poison quest. We went over to Orgrimmar, ran over to the Northern Barrens, did the poison quest, all that stuff. Got down to Tarren Mill, handed in Zanzel's touch, got the item for taking it away, and then realized that you don't need to learn poisons in Wrath. I'd forgotten that. You can just buy them. So that was brutal. Brutal. That'll be alright. Let's do that. Deathbringer will heroic is 20. Deathbringer's will heroic is 23 coins. Jesus. Would kind of be nice to get it organically for a shot. So lots of people just sell gold for coins and buy gear, or they do GDKPs and also sell gold for coins. Gotcha. Gotcha. You can buy everything, alright. We like that. We like that. And we will. We'll buy it all. The lack of bandages and food and or food is a little worrying, but we can corpse eat, so we should be alright. Oh, the gate doesn't close, they just keep running in. Alright. That's a new animation. Might be a new spell too. We got a crit heal from a major healing potion. We got 2k out of it. That's nice. That's nice. We're in trouble here, boys. We're in trouble. Yeah, this isn't going to be good. Yeah, that's the end of that dream. We will buy it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to buy it. Let's check out Dark Moon Card Heroism. We can probably buy that too. Hi, what do you think? Where are the better SV or Mana Tombs? For straight gold per hour, SV is much better. I'll show you the averages here. This is on my server, so it depends on your server, but generally speaking, like the gold per hour might be less or more, but the differences between them should be the same. So Mana Tombs is just over 300 gold per hour, and Steamvault is just over 380 gold per hour. So that's an 80 gold difference. And the cons you need for Steamvaults are not worth close to 80 gold. If you maxed out on cons in 5 runs, it depends on your server and how much they cost, but you can do it without cons as well. You can do a lot of it without cons. So yeah, Steamvault is basically the better farm for gold per hour. But Mana Tombs is the better work-life balance farm, I suppose. You know, if you're working from home, smash out 5 runs, get 300 gold, and then do half an hour of work and rinse and repeat. So that's good. If you like combat farms, Mana Tombs is better. Mana Tombs is great if you want to test a new piece of gear. Let's say you got a DST. Let's say you got a Warp Spring Coil. Let's say you got a Talon of Ashara. Or God willing, let's say you got Warglaives at some point. As soon as you get that item, if you want to just see how your peaks are on trash packs, you just go into Mana Tombs and you burst all your cooldowns and you look at the numbers you get. So it's a nice way of checking power spikes and new gear. It's really close to Shat. Like, it's literally your back garden, especially if you're scryers, which I am, which is nice. There's a lot to love about Mana Tombs. SV, if you like shenanigans, engineering, trickery, it's very satisfying to pull off a lot of the pulls. Nice, sold. So that's really good about it. It's more gold per hour. You can roll through. So when you get it down, you're doing it in, you know, if you get lucky runs and everything goes, like you get the right chests and you get the right mines that are easy to get, you can, and you're in flow, you can do it 45 minutes, but generally it's going to take you about 50 minutes to do 5 lockouts. If you die or make mistakes as you're learning it, you're not going to get it in that. But once you get into a flow, you get in about 50 minutes to do 5, then you got 10 minutes to send the stuff, like head back to chat, send the stuff over to your alt, disenchant it, put it in the auction house, grab a smoke, grab a coffee, whatever, come back and roll into another hour. So a lot of people like that. If you want to just keep farming for like 2 or 3 hours, I like that. You don't have to go back every hour. You know, if you've got the bags for it, then you can just keep rolling through for like three lockouts in SV. If you're just farming SV, which is nice, and you can just get a big chunk of gold. With Mana Tombs, if you like rolling through, if you want to just keep farming, you're stopping and stalling half an hour. So you really want to have something to do with that half an hour. You can do Mana Tombs. You can do Steamvault as soon as you reach 70. You can go straight in there and you can get all the ores and you can get at least one of the chests naked. And if you know the pulls and you have the skill cap for it and you practiced it before, you can get both chests and all the nodes naked as a fresh 70. So it's a incredible farm to learn and get good at. And if you're learning it, you can just get all the nodes, the second chest, and that's still really good gold per hour, and you need very little experience to do that. And then you can just add in the first chest as you get better. In Mana Tombs, you have to have that prerequisite gear. You want a minimum Vindicator's Brand or 2 Latros, which are the easier of the swords to get. And after that, you need to be getting something like Blink Strike or Hopebender or Spike Blade or Dragon Maw or Season 1 PvP weapons. Any of those are fine. What am I looking for? Dark Moon card, Heroism, which is Warlords. There you go, the Warlords deck. That's the reason why it's 2k. I'm sure we can buy that too, right? Let's get some bandages. Frostweave, isn't it? Or it's first aid 400. What's my first aid at? Oh, gotta level up. Gotta level up first aid, okay. What else do we say? We wanted the have a look at the Warlords deck. I need bandages. 6:10. Oh, the guy's still going. I am. I've been to the fly and back. What a boy. I'm falling asleep here at the computer. I decided I was going to wait up until 7 because the guys are going into the competition at 7 into Muping, and I have a dental appointment at 10 that I don't want to miss. So I was going to go in at 7 and then head to the KFC, and there's an underground spa beside the KFC where you can sit in like a big square hot tub. It's like a swimming pool size hot tub. You can smoke in there or whatever. And they've got a massive big, the whole wall is a screen, and you just ask them whatever movie you want to put on. They'll just play it for you. There's a massage place. It's all like underground. You walk down these stairs, like out in the street. It's weird. It looks like the entrance to like a subway, but you go down, it's really super ultra modern, like indoor underground spa with like 3 different restaurants and a kids area for playing games and a smoking pool for the lads, like Turkish baths style. So I was like, geez, maybe I'll just go in there and get and they've got little pods you can sleep in. Maybe I'll just go in there, get a KFC, get a massage, lounge around in the pool for a bit, and then snooze for an hour and go to the dentist. So that was the idea. But I don't think they're going to be open when I get in there. I'll just be wandering around Muping like a zombie. Hello. So we'll see. How is the fly? What's the crack? It's still going strong, is it? The lads are hooping and hollering, I'd say. The pints are flowing. Creamy, creamy pints. Reactions. I'm sloshed. I wish I was sloshed with you now. Such crack. It's coming back to Belfast next year. So good, I'd say so. There's nothing like live music, and especially like fla, crack agus Kjol music. It's just this there's just something about it, like, you know, there's no stopping it. Like the energy is unreal. Never seen the likes of it. Yeah. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Yeah. That's deadly now. You got me a tinge of homesick now. Let me see. Okay, gonna jump off Warmane for a bit. Actually, I think it's probably time. It's probably time to call it. I need to get my ducks in a row now for this morning that has literally just pounced upon me. Like it came out of stealth and cheap shotted me. The sun is coming up through my window, and I didn't know it was coming for me, but it is. And I need to have a shit shave and a shine before I go out into that wide world and touch the grass. It looks like it's going to rain today, so that'll be nice. Samwise, it was so nice to chat to you just before I head off and you got home. My man. Looking forward to hearing about the coming exciting times with Fluid Focus. I'd say you've got some serious Fluid Focus right now by creamy pints of the black stuff. We will get a pint in yet, 100%. To the rest of you, thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you. It's always a pleasure having the crack. I'll be back on tomorrow for probably another ridiculous, oh my God, 10.5 hour stream. That's, well, we're going full bore. We're going training full time again on Monday. We're getting back into it. So there'll be no more of this ridiculousness. We'll be doing 3 hours or 4 hour streams from Monday to Friday. Nothing too crazy. We'll be wreck tired. But tomorrow we'll see what we can push out. Yeah. Cheers all. We'll chat to you soon. Much love. Have a great day, night, evening, whatever you're doing.